The stone is cold beneath your fingers, but it hums low, steady like it remembers something you don't. You're not in a museum, and this isn't some dusty tour through known history. This is the edge of it, a place past the textbooks, past the timelines, before the Bible, before the flood, before even the idea of record keeping. There was something else. Cities carved into cliffs, machines rusting beneath oceans, maps that showed places no one was supposed to know. You probably won't survive this. Not the night. Don't worry, you'll drift off eventually. But the knowledge. The nagging little thought that maybe what you were taught wasn't quite the whole story. Maybe history is a cover band, and the original track got buried somewhere no one wants us to dig. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you really like what I'm doing here. Now just imagine standing at the base of an ancient monument, the kind that shouldn't exist. Stones the size of trucks, balanced like toy blocks, placed with a precision that makes modern engineers fidget. You shuffle along a line of pillars, each inscribed with shapes and symbols we call meaningless, because we don't understand them. But those markings, those carefully chipped grooves, they weren't meant for us. They were messages, warnings maybe, instructions, written in the language of alignment and shadow. There's a weight to it, the kind that settles in your spine when you realize these weren't just temples. They weren't just tombs. They were signals broadcast in granite and basalt designed to outlast storms, floods, and forgetfulness. And guess what they did? They're still here, silent, unmoved, just waiting for someone like you to ask the wrong question. Who moved the stones? Not metaphorically, literally. Who dragged these 100-ton blocks across miles of desert and mountain? Who cut granite with surgical precision without lasers or diamond blades or OSHA compliance? And why does nobody want to talk about it? You want the easy answer? Ropes, logs, time. Maybe aliens, but don't say that too loud, or someone in a beige blazer will roll their eyes so hard they sprain a vertebra. You want the uncomfortable answer. They knew something we don't, and maybe they weren't the first either. Maybe they were the last echoes of something older civilizations built on top of civilizations like sedimentary memory. Because these people didn't build to survive. They built to speak, to align with the stars, to echo things we've long forgotten. So post your city and your local time. I love seeing how far this rabbit hole goes. Now turn off the lights. Maybe turn on the fan for some soothing noise, and let's get started on tonight's journey together. What comes next might not be human. The stone doesn't care how tired you are. It doesn't care about your comforter or your pillow or that faint buzz of your phone vibrating on the nightstand. The stone just sits there, unblinking, immovable, unapologetically ancient. You're standing in front of one now, except it's not alone. There are dozens, maybe hundreds, arranged in deliberate circles aligned with the stars towering in the moonlight, like giants that decided to sleep standing up. Who moved the stones? It's a question that sounds simple, even silly, until you're actually standing beside one. Not a stone you can chuck across a field. Not even one you could tip over with a backhoe and a six-pack of friends. No, we're talking multi-ton slabs of granite basalt and sandstone materials chosen not for convenience, but for endurance. Some of these rocks weigh more than a fully loaded semi-truck. And they weren't just dropped in place like a toddler stacking wooden blocks. They were chiseled, carved, slotted, balanced, and somehow transported across miles of hostile terrain. without wheels, without steel tools, without power equipment. Mainstream archaeology, bless their cautious little hearts, offers an answer that's almost charming in its optimism. Ropes, levers, wooden rollers, maybe some sleds dragged across wet sand. Maybe they waited for just the right weather, just the right angle of incline. Maybe. And maybe you could do that once. Maybe with enough people, enough time, and enough motivation, you could move a 50-ton stone and wedge it into place with tolerances so tight you can't slide a razor blade between them. But what if it's not just one stone? What if it's dozens, hundreds? What if it's not just a matter of moving them, but carving them with corners? So precise, a laser level would be proud. That's where the story stops making sense. Across the planet, from Giza to Göbekli Tepe, from Peru to Japan, you find the same impossible story, written in rock. Megalithic structures that defy the timelines we're told are carved in stone. Take Pumapunku in Bolivia, for instance. High in the Andes, it sits like a broken puzzle stones, weighing up to 130 tons, scattered across a plateau as if dropped from the sky. They bear crisp, 90-degree angles, drill-like boreholes, interlocking joints that resemble Lego blocks made by ancient masons with impossible patience and unrecorded tools. No copper chisels or river pebbles explain this. And then there's Baalbek in Lebanon, where the Temple of Jupiter houses the heaviest known stone blocks ever used in construction. The largest, called the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, tips the scale at over 1,000 tons. That's right, 2 million pounds of megalithic insult to our understanding of ancient capabilities. Just imagine trying to explain that during a job interview at a construction firm. Yeah, I once moved a 1,000-ton rock uphill using only some vines and motivation. Meanwhile, in England, Stonehenge stands like a time-worn question mark. Some of its stones came from quarries 150 miles away. Across the sea in Turkey, Göbekli Tepe, so old it predates the invention of agriculture, is made of limestone pillars, weighing up to 20 tons, some carved with animals and symbols that predate known writing by thousands of years. Oh, and it was buried on purpose, as if whoever built it wanted to hide it from the future or the past. What do these sites have in common? Nothing and everything. Different continents, different cultures, no shared language, no trade routes, no internet forums to swap building tips. Yet somehow, they all knew how to build like this, as if they remembered something we forgot. Some researchers whisper of lost civilizations. Others suggest a shared blueprint passed through myth, through memory, encoded in rituals or symbols. Still others go for the throat and say it outright. Maybe we weren't the first. Maybe humanity has risen before, figured things out, built too high, too fast, and then fell wiping the hard drive clean with flood fire or a stray comet. Rinse and repeat, and maybe some of those old builders tried to leave us instructions. Not in books, those burn. Not in speech, too fragile. But in stone. Massive, durable, echoing across time. You don't build a monument to survive war. You build it to survive the end of the world. Here's where things get extra spicy. Many of these ancient sites are astronomically aligned. Not randomly, not vaguely. We're talking solstices, equinoxes, lunar cycles, even the slow wobble of Earth's axis, what astronomers call precession. Sites like Nabta, Playa Giza, and Chichen Itza all seem designed to track the stars. Why were these just ancient farmers checking planting seasons? Or were they tracking time itself, charting cycles we've since forgotten? And that brings us back to the stones, because maybe they weren't just built. Maybe they were inherited. Maybe the cultures that we credit with constructing these marvels actually found them repurposed, them rebuilt atop older foundations. The way we slap a Starbucks on top of an old church without blinking. Historians still debate whether the builders of these megaliths were inventors or custodians. Did the Egyptians design the Great Pyramid from scratch? Or did they inherit a design so old that it came with no instruction manual, just the stones and the stars? Was Göbekli Tepe the product of a sudden architectural genius? Or was it memory made manifest? And if these weren't just monuments but messages, then what were they trying to say? You think we were the beginning. We were the end of the beginning. You ever find something in a drawer that clearly doesn't belong there, like a remote for a device you don't own, or a key you can't match to any lock in your house? That feeling, the low-level hum of this, shouldn't be here. That's exactly what you get when you meet the Antikythera mechanism. Except this wasn't in a drawer. It was at the bottom of the Aegean Sea. In 1901, a bunch of sponge divers were just minding their own business, plundering ancient shipwrecks off the coast of Antikythera, a rocky little island sandwiched between Crete and mainland Greece. They were expecting amphorae, maybe a few statues with broken noses, the usual antique flair. What they pulled up instead was a lump of encrusted bronze and wood that looked like Poseidon's pocket watch after a few centuries of seawater. No one paid it much attention at first. Just more soggy debris. But years later, after some half-interested cleaning and scanning, the lump cracked open. Inside, it were gears, dozens of them. Small, precise-toothed, with microscopic care. Wheels within wheels. Cogs set at elegant angles. This was not driftwood with attitude. This was a machine. An ancient mechanical computer. Cue the collective archaeological panic. They call it the Antikythera mechanism. Best guess, it's about 2,000 years old, built somewhere between 150 and 100 BCE. And what does it do? Only predicts lunar and solar eclipses, tracks planetary motion, adjusts for the irregularities in the moon's orbit, and calculates the timing of the ancient Olympic Games. You know, nothing big. Just the kind of data that requires a decent grasp of astrophysics and a complete refusal to be bound by the Bronze Age. The mechanism's complexity shattered everything historians thought they knew about ancient tech. Prior to this, the earliest known gears of this sophistication were from 14th century Europe, more than a millennium later. This thing had 37 bronze gears, most of them finely cut, and some with triangular teeth, so modern engineers actually recreated the thing just to prove it wasn't a prank by an immortal Greek trickster god. But here's the weirdest part. It wasn't designed to last. The gears are fragile. The inscriptions? Yes, there are. Inscriptions are faint, almost delicate. This wasn't some ceremonial trophy to gather dust in a temple. It was a tool, something you used frequently, maybe even daily. And tools don't come out of nowhere. Tools suggest context. Tools suggest a workshop, industry, knowledge passed down, refined, improved. In other words, this wasn't the only one. Historians still debate whether it was the product of a single genius, maybe Archimedes, maybe Hipparchus, maybe your favorite time traveler, or the tip of an iceberg we've decided to ignore. Because if this was the first and only one of its kind, how did it get so good? The mainstream response is classic anomaly, fluke, outlier, the museum label equivalent of shrugging and walking away. Some even suggest It was ahead of its time, a lovely euphemism that really means we don't know how this fits, so we'll pretend it doesn't. But what if it does fit, just not in the history we've written? Think about what this implies. You don't build a mechanical calculator like this unless you already have a reason, an obsession with accuracy, a need for prediction. And that means you're not just fiddling with gears for fun. You're watching the sky. You're tracking eclipses, solstices, and conjunctions with the kind of reverence that borders on divine. Not just science cosmic accounting. It gets stranger. The Greeks didn't just build it. They built it to be read. There are dials, instructions, functionality. Some parts are even labeled with months and festivals. And one detail that keeps resurfacing: the calendar system used in the mechanism isn't even purely Greek. It shows signs of Babylonian influence, Egyptian design, even Phoenician script here and there. Which means it wasn't made in isolation. It was synthesized. A mashup of knowledge from across the ancient world, all crammed into a device no bigger than a shoebox. You feel that hum again. That drawer key with no lock. Let's be honest. This thing shouldn't exist, but it does. And that changes the tone of everything else that comes after. Because if the Antikythera mechanism was real, if it really did what they say it did, then every assumption about the limits of ancient intelligence, about when humans got smart, takes a long walk off a short pier. And let's talk about what didn't survive. Bronze is durable, sure, but not invincible. Most ancient machines, if they existed, would have corroded into oblivion. If they were made of wood fiber or lighter materials, gone. If they were looted, melted down, or recycled during wars, lost. And let's not forget the countless shipwrecks still slumbering in the ocean silence. So the question becomes, what else did they make that didn't get lucky enough to be pulled from the sea? What kind of society builds a windable calendar? That's the quiet terror of the Antikythera mechanism. Not that it was made, but that it was forgotten. That its creators didn't pass down the method. That this wasn't taught. That whatever system of knowledge birthed it either crumbled, collapsed, or was erased. And not recently. We're talking before the fall of Rome, before the Dark Ages. The mechanism is already ancient by the time the known classical world takes its first breath. Maybe it was part of a wider toolkit. Maybe a whole category of tech has been buried literally and metaphorically by the silt of time and the arrogance of the present, because we assume we're the peak, the pinnacle, the only species to ever map the stars with gears and bronze. And that's the danger, right? Because the longer you stare into the past, the more it starts to resemble the future. Mechanical computers, celestial calculators, portable prediction machines, and all from a people who, if we're being honest, weren't even supposed to have glass lenses, let alone planetary modeling dials. So, yeah, it was found in a shipwreck, covered in barnacles and centuries of disbelief. But what if that wasn't the odd part? What if the truly weird thing is that it was the only one we found? The sea doesn't give up its secrets easily, but sometimes it throws something back just to see what we'll do with it. You hold a clay jar in your hands. It's dusty, uneven, a little cracked around the lip. Not much to look at. The kind of thing you might expect to see holding olives or incense, or maybe if you're feeling ambitious, a sacred scroll. But this jar isn't just old, it's electric. Literally, inside this modest container is a copper cylinder. Nestled within that, an iron rod. Between the layers, maybe some lemon juice, maybe vinegar, maybe just the right acidic sludge from ancient fruit. Add all that together, and what do you get? Voltage. Not a lot. Not enough to run a light bulb or launch a spaceship, but enough to twitch a gold leaf, enough to sting a priest's fingertips, enough to electroplate a tiny whisper-thin coating of silver onto a statue of a god who definitely didn't file a patent for that technology. This is the Baghdad battery, found in the ruins of what was once Parthian, or maybe Sassanid territory. Its origins are as murky as the Tigris after a thunderstorm. Estimates put its age around 250 BCE, or earlier, or later, or possibly never. The truth is, no one agrees when it was made or even why. But everyone agrees on one thing. When you fill this little clay oddity with the right acidic liquid, it produces a measurable electric current. That's a problem, because according to the official laminated museum timeline of human progress, electricity doesn't show up until the 18th century. Benjamin Franklin lightning kites keys, Thomas Edison, Nikola Tesla, light bulbs and rivalries and laboratories full of glowing coils. That's our narrative. Clean, progressive, predictable. The Baghdad battery short-circuits all of that. And not by accident. You see, this isn't a novelty item. It wasn't tucked away in a temple's back room next to a cracked pot labeled miscellaneous. It was found among other items, possibly grouped as a toolkit or ritual set, a kit for what healing alchemy electroplating priestly showmanship. Mainstream historians offer some creative theories. Maybe it was a storage container. Maybe the corrosion marks are coincidental. Maybe people are just seeing patterns that aren't there. Like always. Just weirdly shaped jars with weirdly shaped metal parts. Nothing to see here. But let's be honest, calling it a battery is easier than facing the alternative. Because batteries imply more than electricity. They imply application. They imply knowledge. A circuit. A plan. You don't invent a battery to watch it sit there. You invent it to use it. So now you're stuck with a nasty little question no one wants to answer. If ancient Mesopotamians had functional electrical devices, what were they powering? That's the part that hurts the most. Because we have no plugs, no wires, no flashlights carved in cuneiform, no Mesopotamian laptops hidden behind temple curtains. Just silence. Maddening, deliberate silence. Unless, of course, we're looking at it wrong. What if the battery wasn't the tech, but just the clue? A shard of something greater. A spare part left behind after the rest had been scavenged, lost, or deliberately erased. Something akin to finding a single bolt and trying to guess the shape of the engine it once belonged to. And there's more than one of them. That's the detail that keeps whispering when you try to sleep. The Baghdad battery isn't unique. Several similar jars have been found scattered, unassuming each, with just enough internal structure to suggest intent. That doesn't happen by accident. You don't accidentally invent a crude capacitor once, let alone multiple times. That smells less like coincidence and more like methodology. Historians still debate whether the batteries were used for electroplating. Some artifacts do show unnaturally thin, uniform coatings of precious metals, something difficult to achieve with simple rubbing or hammering. The idea of using electricity to do the job would be clever, efficient, and entirely out of place. It's like stumbling upon an electric toothbrush in a cave painting. It makes you squint a little harder, and that's the real issue: pattern recognition. We're great at it, sometimes too great. We're desperate to see purpose in chaos, function in coincidence. We want that battery to mean something. But maybe that's because deep down, it does mean something. It means knowledge isn't linear. It rises, burns bright, and collapses. We assume we're the final draft of human progress. The Baghdad battery says, you're not even the latest version. Maybe we're a reboot, a backup, restored after the original operating system got deleted in a flood. And if these ancient people had a grasp of electricity, however primitive, however fragmented, then they had more than just ceramic jars and strange rods. They had a way of thinking that was analytical, experimental, curious. They weren't just carving gods into stone or waging wars over irrigation. They were playing with current, understanding reaction, manipulating nature. That's civilization. And that's the part that scares us, because it doesn't fit. Not into the neat staircase of technological advancement. Not into the fragile arrogance of modernity. If they had electricity, what else did they have? That's the rabbit hole. You start with a battery, and next thing you know, you're questioning the whole grid. Were there circuits built into temples, conductive materials in statues, devices now rusted away or buried under centuries of sediment? Was the knowledge passed down secretly kept by priesthoods, whispered in rituals we now call myth, or was it lost entirely? Drowned in floodwater, crushed beneath empire, burned in a forgotten library? We may never know. But here's what we do know: someone, somewhere long ago, made a thing. A simple, quiet, strange little jar that sparked when it wasn't supposed to. And in doing so, it whispered across centuries, you're not the first. The desert is quiet. Too quiet. The kind of silence that makes your ears ring a little, like your body is trying to fill in the blank. Sand crunches beneath your feet, the air still and dry. You're walking through an endless plain in southern Peru, miles of nothing but dust and horizon. Then someone grabs your arm, points downward, and says, you're standing on a hummingbird's wing. You look down, just more dirt. But from 30,000 feet in the air, it's a different story. Welcome to the Nazca Lines, a massive, mysterious canvas of geoglyphs scratched into the Earth's surface, visible only from above and utterly baffling from the ground. Spirals, triangles, straight lines that stretch for miles. Enormous animals, monkeys, spiders, hummingbirds, whales. There's even a humanoid figure with a strangely oversized head and big round eyes, known affectionately as the astronaut. All of it made by people who supposedly didn't have flight, didn't have wheels, didn't even have scaffolding. Just bare hands, bone tools, and the stubborn conviction that the sky was watching. Let's rewind. The Nazca culture flourished in this high desert region between roughly 500 BCE and 500 CE. And at some point, these people began clearing away the rust-colored surface pebbles to reveal the lighter soil beneath, like scratching a message into the face of the earth itself. And they didn't stop. They kept carving, quietly, methodically. For centuries, the largest figures span over 1,200 feet. That's the size of the Empire State Building lying on its side. And here's the twist: many of the geoglyphs are laid out with a geometric precision that would make your high school math teacher weep with joy. Perfectly straight lines, symmetrical curves, consistent proportions across distances that boggle the mind, but from the ground, they're invisible. You can stand on one and have no idea you're part of a 200-foot-long monkey. That kind of precision, that kind of perspective, it shouldn't have been possible without an aerial view. And yet, there they are, thousands of them. sprawled across 400 square miles of arid terrain like messages scribbled to the stars. So, who were they writing to? Mainstream archaeology ever, the buzzkill offers a few grounded theories. The lines were ritual pathways, pilgrimage routes meant to be walked slowly as part of sacred ceremonies. Others think they're astronomical calendars, giant sundials, or star maps used to mark solstices and seasonal changes. And then there's the rain angle. Perhaps the lines were pleas to the heavens, designed to summon water in a landscape where water means survival. But the truth is, no one really knows, because ritual is the fallback explanation. When we can't explain something ancient, we slap the word ritual on it and move on. It's like labeling a UFO swamp gas. Technically an answer, not actually helpful. And then there's the visibility problem. You need serious altitude to appreciate the full design of these figures. But there are no hills nearby, no mountains, no conveniently placed plateaus to let the builders look down and check their work. So how did they get the proportions right? How did they make corrections? Did they just guess, use stakes and ropes across hundreds of yards, and hope the monkey didn't turn out looking like a duck? Or did they already know what it looked like from above? Cue the ancient astronaut crowd. You knew they were coming. Maybe these lines weren't just rituals. Maybe they were landing strips, celestial invitations, beacons meant for beings who didn't walk but flew. And okay, let's be fair, it's a stretch. A 1,000-foot hummingbird isn't exactly the best way to say hello to space travelers. But let's ask the question another way. Why carve images you can't see unless you're airborne? Unless you expect someone else to see them. And if the Nazca weren't writing to the sky, maybe they were writing for it. As if to say, we're still here. We remember. Because these geoglyphs weren't made quickly. They took time, generations, the kind of long, slow dedication that suggests more than art or engineering. It suggests memory, obsession. Historians still debate whether the Nazca lines were made for religious rituals or water rites. Some think they're tied to constellations like the geoglyphs, mirrored star patterns, or mapped solar alignments. Others propose they marked underground aquifers or sacred pilgrimage routes. All valid ideas, but none explain why they had to be so big or so precise. One theory, worth entertaining, is that the lines formed part of a giant walkable ritual landscape meant to be experienced not all at once, but in parts. Kind of like walking through a giant comic book panel by panel. Some researchers have even noted that certain geoglyphs are tied to ancient footpaths. People may have walked these lines, carried offerings, reenacted myths. But again, the scale, that haunting problem of perspective. You can't see the full image unless you leave the ground. So either they were okay with never seeing their own work, or someone else was watching. Even if we rule out spacefaring visitors, and let's admit it's a bit of a leap, the fact remains these people devoted massive resources to constructing art they couldn't even admire. That says something powerful about their worldview. Maybe it wasn't about seeing. Maybe it was about being seen. That's a different kind of faith, isn't it? To build for the heavens, knowing your feet will never leave the dust. And maybe that's why the figures are so playful. A spider, a monkey, a hummingbird. They weren't carving kings and battles. They weren't erecting pyramids for the dead. They were drawing life-nature movement symbols of fertility and survival. Maybe they weren't worshiping gods. Maybe they were celebrating the world they knew and asking that world to notice them back. Some things you build for shelter, some for memory. The Nazca lines, They were built for the sky, and whether you believe they were ritual messages, astronomical maps, or interstellar graffiti, one thing is clear: the people who made them weren't primitive. They were engineers, artists, mathematicians with no schools, no textbooks, no drones, but somehow with a vision that stretched thousands of feet across and hundreds of years deep. They stood on the ground and imagined the sky, and they carved those dreams into the earth, and then they vanished. Imagine this: you're standing in a dimly lit library. Leather-bound books line the shelves. Globes and dusty telescopes sit in corners. A map unfurls across a table, parchment, smooth edges, curling ink fading just enough to hint at something ancient. You lean closer. Europe's there. So is Africa. The shape of South America is shockingly accurate. But down at the bottom, wait. That looks like Antarctica. And not just Antarctica, but ice-free Antarctica. Now, your historian friend behind you starts to clear their throat nervously, because you've just stumbled onto one of cartography's biggest headaches, the Piri Reis map. A map that by all rational accounts should not exist. The year is 1513. Ottoman admiral and cartographer Piri Reis compiles this map on gazelle skin parchment, drawing from a mashup of older source materials. He says as much in his own notes. His map isn't an original, but a remix. He names some sources as Greek, some Arabic, even some scraps, allegedly from the time of Alexander the Great. But the real migraine starts with the southern portion, because the map includes a detailed outline of a landmass near the bottom edge of the world. A landmass that, when modern researchers compared it to satellite images, looked an awful lot like the subglacial coast of Queen Maud Land in Antarctica. That's right, the coastline as it exists under thousands of feet of ice. Problem Antarctica wasn't officially discovered until 1820. The Piri Reis map was made in 1513. Do the math. Bigger problem: the ice-free coastline hasn't existed in a visible form for at least 6,000 years. According to geologists, the last time parts of Antarctica may have been ice-free, if ever was, during a window long before known seafaring civilizations. So how did Piri Reis draw it? Some skeptics say he didn't, that it's a misinterpretation. Maybe he just copied the tip of South America in a weird way. Maybe he just got creative. That would be a lot easier to believe if the map didn't match the actual contours of Queen Maud Land so disturbingly well. And that's the rub. If this was just a fluke, just another cartographic mistake, why is the error so accurate? Historians still debate whether the landmass is truly Antarctica or a distorted southern coastline of some other region. But again, the details don't cooperate. The map shows coastal mountain ranges, rivers, and general topography that aligns eerily with the under-ice landscape we now know, only thanks to sonar and satellite imaging. So either Piri Reis had access to Google Earth in 1513, or he was copying something much older. Something drawn by someone who saw Antarctica before it froze, before it vanished beneath ice snow and our assumptions. Let's talk about that possibility. If the Piri Reis map is a copy of older maps, and Piri says it is then who made those, and when, and how, to chart Antarctica without ice would require one of two things: an aerial perspective, or a pre-glacial civilization with the means to explore map and record coastlines that would later disappear under ice sheets. Either of those scenarios nukes the textbook history of civilization. Some propose ancient seafaring empires. Others whisper about Atlantis. Some think we're looking at the fingerprints of a forgotten global culture, one that had ships, navigators, astronomy, and time. Plenty of time. Because remember, this isn't the only ancient map with anomalies. The Orontius Phineas map, drawn in 1531, also shows Antarctica beneath the ice. The Boache map of 1737 shows an ice-free outline with rivers and inlets in nearly the right places. These aren't random artistic flourishes. These are maps built on data we shouldn't have had unless someone else had it first. Mainstream scholars are understandably cautious. Many argue that early mapmakers filled in blanks with guesswork or secondhand sailor tales. But guesswork doesn't usually produce coastlines that align with sonar data collected 5 centuries later. And that's where things get fun. Because if these maps are accurate, even in part, they imply one disturbing idea: someone mapped the world long before we were supposed to. And not just the known parts, not just the easy coastlines, but the whole thing. Including the cold, the hidden, the supposedly unreachable. You feel that buzzing drawer key feeling again. Let's go a level deeper. If ancient civilizations had the means to map Antarctica, then they had navigation skills, astronomical tools, measuring instruments, possibly ships capable of withstanding extreme cold and distance. That's not folklore. That's infrastructure. That's planning, recording, repeating. That's a level of precision we don't associate with loincloths and stone knives. Historians still debate whether the Piri Reis map proves anything about pre-Ice Age civilizations. Many are quick to say the landmass was misidentified or the coastline was imagined. Some think the matching contours are a coincidence. Fair enough. But let's be honest, if any other field found this kind of anomaly, they'd at least investigate it harder. Instead, we get a lot of academic side-eye and gentle throat clearing because the implications are uncomfortable. If someone did map Antarctica before it was covered in ice, then that pushes human civilization back tens of thousands of years. Before Mesopotamia, before Egypt, before we were supposed to have cities, let alone cartographers. Some theories get weirder. Time travelers, Atlanteans, a civilization wiped out in the Younger Dryas cataclysm, a culture advanced enough to chart the globe, but fragile enough to vanish almost without a trace, except not entirely without a trace. Because this map exists, it sits in the Topkapi Palace Museum in Istanbul, and every year more people ask the same question. If this was copied from older charts, who made those charts? And what else did they know? Maybe we've been building our world on the ruins of another one that mapped the stars, the sea, and the frozen ends of the earth. One that vanished not with a bang, but with the slow scrape of glaciers across its memory. The Piri Reis map is more than a curiosity. It's a crack. A quiet little fracture in the polished wall of known history. And once you see the crack, it's hard to unsee it. It waits beneath the waves, half swallowed by silence and salt. You wouldn't know it was there unless someone told you. No tourist signs, no flashing lights. Just a ripple in the sea off the southern coast of Yonaguni, the westernmost inhabited island of Japan. And if you dive down, if you sink beneath the clear blue surface, you'll see it. Massive stone steps, sharp angles, right-angled platforms that look too perfect to be natural. They call it the Yonaguni Monument, but that word feels too tame for what lies beneath. It looks like a city that forgot how to float. Discovered in 1986 by a local diver looking for hammerhead sharks, this underwater structure immediately sparked controversy. At a glance, it resembles a ziggurat, a stepped pyramid structure common in ancient Mesopotamia. There are terraces, straight channels, flat plazas, and walls that rise like skyscrapers, swallowed by the sea. The monument stretches nearly 500 feet in length, with multiple levels and surfaces that seem carved rather than eroded. Some of the features look almost like doorways or passageways. Others suggest staircases. And then there are the tool marks, clean linear striations along some of the rock faces that don't scream random erosion so much as somebody with a chisel got a little ambitious. But let's get one thing straight. Mainstream geology doesn't like this. Not one bit. Conventional scientists say it's a natural formation. The Yonaguni Monument, they argue, is simply the result of tectonic activity and the fracturing of sandstone layers along existing fault lines. Nature, they say, has a knack for creating structures that look artificial. Right angles happen. Flat planes happen. You just have to squint a little. That's the party line. But here's where the story stops cooperating. Some divers report signs of carving what look like reliefs, etchings, and symbols etched into the stone. There are claims of stairways and walkways, and even what might be a carved face partially buried by coral. One area dubbed the stage is a flat open platform flanked by sharp vertical walls, exactly the kind of place you'd expect a forgotten civilization to hold a ceremony or a sacrifice or maybe just a really good acoustic concert. And then there's the timeline. If the Yonaguni structure is man-made, it would have been above sea level during the last ice age at least 10,000 years ago, possibly more. That places its construction before the advent of known agriculture, before cities, before writing, before we were supposed to know anything about carving 100-foot platforms out of solid bedrock. Historians still debate whether it's possible for humans that far back to have constructed anything this complex. If true, it would mean there was an advanced society operating in prehistoric Japan, one with planning tools and monumental ambition. A civilization that somehow vanished without leaving behind written records tools or temples. Just a sunken skeleton of stone buried beneath waves and doubt. Critics argue that absence of evidence is evidence of absence. No tools, no bones, no pottery. Therefore, it's natural. But that logic has a flaw. We lose evidence all the time. Sea levels have risen over 400 feet since the end of the last ice age. Coastal civilizations, if they existed, would now lie beneath hundreds of feet of water. Their artifacts corroded their buildings, reduced to shapeless masses, or absorbed back into the seabed. And there's precedent. Other submerged ruins have been found across the globe. Off the coast of India near the city of Dwarka lie underwater walls and structures aligned too precisely to be geological coincidence. In the Gulf of Cambay, sonar scans revealed what appear to be ancient streets and foundations. Off the coast of Cuba, stone blocks laid out in a grid pattern nearly 2,000 feet below the surface. In each case, skeptics cry, "Natural formation," and in each case, divers and independent researchers swear otherwise. The truth might be drowning. And the ocean is a terrible librarian. So if the Yonaguni Monument is artificial, who built it? We don't know. No matching land-based culture has been found. No temples or tools or pottery shards connect Yonaguni to any established civilization. This leads to two equally unsettling possibilities. Either the builders were wiped out in some catastrophic event before history got its act together, or we've misunderstood the entire development timeline of East Asian civilizations. Some have proposed links to the Jomon people who lived in Japan as far back as 14,000 BCE and were surprisingly sophisticated. They had pottery art, and complex settlements, but no known megalithic architecture. If they built Yonaguni, it would require a revision so bold it would rewrite multiple textbooks before breakfast. And then come the fringe theories. Some suggest the monument is part of Mu, a lost continent akin to Atlantis, supposedly swallowed by the Pacific. Others think it may be evidence of a forgotten Pan-Asian culture that once stretched from Indonesia to Okinawa, its temples now sunk beneath the weight of millennia and rising tides. Still others propose extraterrestrial influence, though the monument's angular design feels more human than alien, like a message half-carved, half-submerged. And maybe that's the point. Maybe the Yonaguni monument isn't meant to prove anything. Maybe it's just meant to remind us that we haven't seen everything, that there's more below the surface literally and figuratively. Because whether it's natural modified or entirely man-made, one thing is certain: it doesn't look accidental. You don't dive down and see Yonaguni and come up thinking, meh, just rocks. You come up thinking, what did I just see? And maybe that's enough. Maybe mystery is the monument. Historians still debate whether we're chasing ghosts or just misinterpreting nature's sharper edges. But in the quiet beneath the waves, with the current brushing against stone steps that might be 10,000 years old, the line between geology and architecture starts to blur. And you wonder, not for the first time, what else lies beneath the sea, waiting for us to forget it all over again. You're walking along a beach in New Zealand waves, rolling in like breath from another world, and then you see them spheres, giant ones, scattered like marbles from a celestial child who lost their grip. Some are cracked like old eggshells, others perfectly round, eerily smooth, and heavy enough to make a forklift sweat. These are the Meraki boulders, and they're weird, really weird. They sit half buried in sand along Kokohi Beach, lined up like nature's version of a bowling alley. Some are nearly 7 feet across, weighing several tons, and their symmetry is unsettling. They're almost too round, too perfect. Some have etched lines that fracture their surface like puzzle pieces, or depending on how much sleep you didn't get, like access panels to something ancient and buried. Mainstream science offers an answer that's calm, well-articulated, and utterly unsatisfying concretions. According to geologists, the Meraki boulders formed millions of years ago, deep within muddy marine sediment. Over time, minerals, mostly calcite, accumulated around a nucleus, like a leaf shell fragment, or fossil building up in layers like geological pearls. Eventually, the surrounding rock eroded away, exposing the boulders. Just a quirk of sediment chemistry. No aliens, no lost civilizations, just time and pressure. And maybe they're right. Maybe that's all they are. But here's where things get uncomfortable. The Meraki boulders aren't the only ones. Far from it. Similar spherical stones have been discovered across the globe in Costa Rica, Mexico, Bosnia, Russia, Kazakhstan, and beyond. Some are smaller, some larger. Some are volcanic, others sedimentary, but all share the same uncanny geometry, nearly perfect spheres. And almost none of them fit neatly into the environment that surrounds them. In Costa Rica, there are over 300 of these stone spheres, ranging in size from a few inches to over 8 feet in diameter. Many were moved from their original locations before archaeologists could study them, some used as lawn ornaments or garden sculptures. But those that remain in context deep in the jungle, embedded in layers of undisturbed soil, suggest something deliberate, intentional. And that's the question: why? Because nature is messy. Rocks crack. Erosion sculpts jagged peaks and crumbling cliffs. Randomness is the rule, but perfect spheres, that's precision. That's a design choice. Historians still debate whether these spheres were created by ancient cultures or naturally occurring formations mistaken for artifacts. But the deeper you dig, the more the mystery deepens. The Costa Rican spheres, for instance, are often found near pre-Columbian archaeological sites. Some were aligned in straight lines, triangles, or concentric patterns. Others were buried together in groups almost like offerings or boundary markers. Their age is unclear, but many are thought to be at least 1,000 years old, possibly much older. The Diquis culture, which flourished in southern Costa Rica before the Spanish arrived, is often credited with their creation. But there are no written records, no chisels, no inscriptions explaining their purpose. Just the spheres, watching, waiting, and here's the real kicker. Some of the Costa Rican spheres are almost mathematically perfect, within a fraction of a percent. Achieving that kind of uniformity, especially with hard stone, like granite or gabbro, would be difficult today, without specialized equipment. So how did ancient people do it? And why? Maybe they were status symbols. Maybe astronomical tools. Maybe spiritual. Or maybe they were meant to represent something entirely lost in translation symbols of the cosmos, the earth unity, eternity. A language of shape rather than sound. Theories abound. Some believe the spheres were used in rituals. Others suggest they represented stars or planetary bodies in a prehistoric model of the heavens. Some fringe researchers argue they were part of an ancient global energy grid nodes of geomagnetic power scattered across the Earth's ley lines. Too weird. Maybe. But then again, why are there spherical stones in so many parts of the world built in isolation by unrelated cultures, and always just perfect enough to make scientists nervous? And what about the Bosnian stone spheres? Found in forested valleys, many of them buried or cracked open by roots and erosion. Some claim they're fakes, sculpted by modern hands to attract tourism. Others argue they're natural, formed by sedimentary layering over time. But some are different. Dense metallic cores, unusual mineral composition, and always the same disturbing shape. Round smooth, stubbornly intentional. And then, of course, come the whispers that these spheres aren't decorations or geological quirks, that they're machines, ancient devices now inert, energy storage units, resonant objects tied to frequencies we no longer understand. It sounds like science fiction until you hold one and realize how hard it would be to make it today. Historians still debate whether the people who encountered these spheres viewed them as sacred scientific or simply aesthetic. But one thing is clear, they noticed them. The Maori of New Zealand have legends of the Meraki boulders being gourds or eel baskets washed ashore from a mythical canoe. In Costa Rica, local folklore often links the spheres to God's giants or sky people. The symbols change, but the message is the same. These were not ordinary stones. And maybe that's what they were trying to say. That perfection in nature is never really accidental. That symmetry carries weight. That roundness isn't just a shape, it's a signal. Because if you saw a perfect sphere in the wild among twisted trees and jagged cliffs, you'd stop too. You'd stare. You'd ask questions. That's the point. Maybe these stones weren't meant to be used. Maybe they were meant to be found, and in a way, they still are. Scattered across continents, whispering from beaches and jungles, standing where nothing else fits. They don't blink, they don't speak, but they remind you gently and insistently that the past wasn't as simple as we pretend. So maybe the next time you stumble upon something round in the middle of nowhere, don't kick it. It might be watching. You're deep inside a stone temple. It's quiet. The kind of silence that feels thick, like the walls are holding their breath. Your torch flickers, casting shadows over carvings that have outlived empires. And then you see it etched into the wall of an ancient Egyptian temple. A figure stands holding what looks like a light bulb. No, seriously. A big glassy bulb-shaped object with a cord trailing out the end. Inside, a wavy line like a filament. Behind it, a pedestal. Around it, other figures holding strange tools may be guiding the device or worshiping it. You squint. You blink. You squint again. Still looks like a light bulb. Welcome to Dendera, home of one of Egypt's most enduring and quietly controversial mysteries, the Dendera light. Located within the Temple of Hathor at Dendera, Egypt, this carving has sparked decades of speculation. Egyptologists say it's symbolic, mythological, purely religious. But to the untrained eye, or even the semi-trained one, it looks oddly modern. The official story. The relief depicts a lotus flower, from which emerges a snake representing the Egyptian creation myth light, emerging from the primordial flower. The snake symbolizes divine energy. The bulb is just an artistic enclosure. The pedestal, merely a symbolic djed pillar, a common Egyptian motif representing stability. All very tidy, except again, it looks a lot like a giant light bulb. Fringe theorists, ancient tech enthusiasts, and mildly curious night owls on the internet have a different take. To them, it's not symbolism, it's memory. A snapshot of lost technology preserved in stone. A literal record, not a metaphorical one. They argue the bulb shape is too perfect, the filament too distinct, the entire composition too structured to be accidental. And then there's the setting. The carving is found deep inside the temple in an area with no natural light, not just dim pitch black. How did the Egyptians carve and decorate these inner chambers without torches, without smoke marks, without open flames flickering on the walls? That's where the electric light theory starts to glow a little brighter. What if they had a way to generate light safe, steady light without fire? What if they used some form of basic electrical illumination to see while they worked? It's a stretch, sure, but not a wild one. After all, we've already talked about the Baghdad battery, an ancient object that might generate small amounts of voltage. Now imagine that tech, refined, improved, linked to something more advanced, ancient electricity. It sounds outrageous until you consider how much we don't know. The Egyptians were master engineers. Their temples, pyramids, and monuments still inspire awe and confusion. They aligned massive buildings to celestial events. They moved 100-ton blocks of granite across hundreds of miles. They built an empire that lasted 3 millennia, and they did it all in the dark. Some researchers suggest that the Dendera image shows a Crookes tube, a 19th century experimental electrical device used to study cathode rays, a predecessor to the modern light bulb. The resemblance is striking. A long bulbous tube, a snake-shaped filament, a pedestal-like base. All key elements of a working gas-discharged light. Historians still debate whether that interpretation goes too far. Egyptologists, of course, reject it. They point to the religious symbolism, the context of the temple, and the artistic style. But when you remove modern assumptions and just look at the shape, it's hard not to see something out of place. Let's ask the deeper question. Why are we so uncomfortable with the idea of ancient people having advanced technology? Because it breaks the narrative. It bends the nice, clean arc of primitive to progressive that we like to tell ourselves. If the Egyptians had electric light, or something like it, that implies lost knowledge, forgotten science, a technological past we never bothered to record because it got washed away by time conquest or the rising Nile. And if one carving shows what might be a light bulb, where are the rest? That's the catch, isn't it? The problem with ancient tech theories is always infrastructure, a battery. Sure, a bulb, maybe. But where are the wires, the generators, the sockets and switches? You don't just stumble upon electricity without building a whole system to support it. Unless, of course, the system didn't survive. Maybe it wasn't built to last. Maybe it was symbolic and functional. Maybe it wasn't our kind of technology at all. Here's a thought. What if ancient devices weren't made of plastic and copper? What if they used materials that don't preserve well-organic conductors, biodegradable insulators, lightweight composites that crumbled centuries ago? We assume high-tech means metal and glass. But what if they had different solutions to the same problems? Or what if what we call technology was encoded in ritual passed down not through schematics, but through symbols, myths, carvings? Maybe the light wasn't just illumination. It was knowledge, energy, divine wisdom made visible. The dendrolite could be both a metaphor for enlightenment and a practical depiction of how they achieved it. That's the maddening beauty of the ancient world. Everything's a riddle. Every answer comes with 3 new questions. We project our own ideas onto carvings and shapes, hoping to bridge thousands of years of silence. Sometimes we're right. Sometimes we're just reaching. But still, we reach, because the dendra carving won't go away. It's still there, etched in stone. It still glows with possibility, whether literal or symbolic. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's everything. Historians still debate whether the carving was a lotus, a lamp, or a lie. But deep in that temple with the sun long gone and the air still as tomb dust, it sure looks like a light bulb. And maybe, just maybe, that's enough to make you wonder, what else lit up the ancient world before the darkness returned? You're hiking through the dusty hills of central Mexico. Nothing too dramatic, just low brush, the occasional bird call, and the quiet rustle of wind that always seems to carry a whisper. At the base of a ridge called El Toro, near a sleepy town named Acambaro, your boot kicks something in the dirt. You crouch down, brush the soil away, and find a small ceramic figure. It's a man, well, maybe. The proportions are a little strange. His nose is long, his beard curly, his outfit unlike anything from local Mexican cultures. But that's not what gets you. What gets you is the thing he's riding. It's a dinosaur, or at least it looks like one. This is the story of the Acambaro figurines, a collection of over 30,000 strange ceramic objects that defy categorization, explanation, and in some cases common sense. Discovered in 1944 by a German immigrant named Waldemar Julsrud, these figures were unearthed near Acambaro, Guanajuato, when Julsrud noticed a few odd ceramics poking out of the ground. Curious, he paid local farmers to keep digging and bring him anything they found. What followed was an avalanche of anomalies, thousands upon thousands of figurines. Men, women, beasts, mythical creatures, and dinosaurs. Yes, dinosaurs. Not stylized dragons or feathered myths, but creatures with long necks, horned faces, clubbed tails and frills that look suspiciously like Stegosaurus, Triceratops, and Ankylosaurus. Some are depicted alongside humans. Some are being ridden like horses. Others appear to be battling taming or simply chilling with their two-legged friends. And it only gets weirder. Some of the humanoid figures look non-Mesoamerican. You'll find long beards, sharp noses, slanted eyes, conical hats, traits that resemble Asian Egyptian or even European features. There are even what appear to be horses, which weren't reintroduced to the Americas until the 1500s. So either the timeline is broken, or the figures are. Critics were quick to pounce. The sheer number of figurines, the anachronistic subject matter, and the convenient method of discovery screamed hoax. Archaeologists accused Julesrud of paying locals to fabricate the objects, creating a feedback loop of pseudo-history for profit. A few thermoluminescence tests were run. Some said they dated to thousands of years old. Others suggested they were modern. Results varied, depending on who did the testing and who paid for it. Historians still debate whether any of the Acambaro figurines are genuinely ancient. The consensus in mainstream academia is a polite but firm no. They're modern fakes, they say, cleverly sculpted by enterprising villagers who figured out exactly what Julesrud wanted to see. End of story. Except, it never quite ends. Because even if you dismiss the dinosaurs, even if you call the whole thing a 20th century art project, you still have to wrestle with the volume. Over 30,000 objects, many intricately designed, often unique. Some look rushed or crude, but others are surprisingly sophisticated, sculpted with articulated limbs, expressive faces, and deliberate patterns. If it was a hoax, it was an exhausting one. And for what Julesrud never made serious money off the discovery. The artifacts were never sold en masse. There was no museum deal, no media empire, just a weird guy with a weird passion, and a collection that grew beyond anyone's expectations. Even more intriguing are the few early analyses that did suggest ancient origin. One thermoluminescence test, which measures how long it's been since the object was last fired, reportedly placed the figurines at over 4,500 years old. But other tests contradicted that, and controversy quickly swallowed the data. Some researchers claim the reburial of the objects contaminated the soil layers, making carbon dating unreliable. Others believe the figures were genuinely ancient, but reburied by locals to make them look freshly discovered. It's a mess, a beautiful clay-covered mess. Let's say, just for fun, that even some of the Acambaro figures are authentic. What does that mean? It means humans may have encountered or believed they encountered creatures we now consider long extinct. It means stories about giant lizards or walking beasts weren't just fantasy, but possibly memory. Oral traditions carried from a time when the line between man and monster wasn't so distant. Or more shockingly, it means our entire understanding of prehistoric timelines might need a reboot. Fringe theorists take it further. They argue the Acambaro figures are a snapshot of a pre-flood civilization, one that knew of dinosaurs, intercontinental travel, and cultural exchange long before the accepted dates. In their view, these aren't fantasy figurines. They're historical records molded in clay instead of written in stone. Some even propose that the figurines reflect genetic memory, or that they were restored from even older prototypes. That's right. The people who made them may have been copying older artifacts they no longer understood, echoing stories from civilizations long lost to mud, ash, and time. Could that explain the cultural mashups? The Asian features, the Egyptian-looking headdresses. Maybe the figurines weren't a lie, but a retelling. Of course, the more reasonable counterpoint is that people like weird stuff. They like to invent myths, exaggerate tales, mix and match ideas from different cultures. Maybe some bored craftsman in the 1940s thought, what if a samurai fought a raptor? Stranger things have happened on the internet, and that's without funding. But that doesn't explain the weight that clings to this discovery, the lingering discomfort. Because even if they're fakes, they feel like something older. Maybe it's the sheer volume, or the consistency, or the way they showed up exactly where they shouldn't. Maybe it's because they remind us of something we've always feared, that the past wasn't as quiet as we think. Historians still debate whether the Acambro figures are hoax heresy or harmless folk art. But down in that dusty valley, they sit waiting. Thousands of silent storytellers made of clay and contradiction. They whisper things they're not supposed to say. Like maybe history isn't a straight line. Maybe it's a loop. And maybe we've been here before, riding dinosaurs into the dusk of a forgotten age. You're in Bosnia, and someone points at a hill. Not a mountain, not a monument, just a hill. It's covered in trees, shrubs, maybe a few goats doing their thing. Looks natural enough, but then the angle hits you. The slopes are just a little too even, the shape a little too symmetrical. You squint, and suddenly you don't see a hill at all. You see a pyramid, and not just any pyramid, allegedly the largest one on Earth. Welcome to Visoko, a sleepy valley town in central Bosnia, where in 2005, a man named Dr. Samir Osmanagic decided to ruin archaeology's day. Osmanagic, a Bosnian American entrepreneur and self-proclaimed researcher of ancient civilizations, declared that what everyone thought was just a hill, Visochika, was in fact the Pyramid of the Sun. And not only that, it was bigger than Giza, perfectly aligned with cosmic coordinates, and part of a whole pyramid complex that includes the Pyramid of the Moon and the Pyramid of the Dragon. He claimed the structures were built by an ancient civilization tens of thousands of years ago, and that beneath them ran a labyrinth of tunnels and chambers still waiting to be explored. The academic world responded with the fury of 1,000 rejected tenure applications. Fraud, they said. Pseudoscience, a hoax designed to lure tourists and stir nationalist sentiment. A geological formation twisted into fantasy. In 2006, the European Association of Archaeologists issued a formal statement condemning the excavation, calling it a cruel hoax on an unsuspecting public. Pretty strong words for what started as a guy with a shovel and a theory. But here's the thing, Osmanagic kept digging, and what he found didn't make the argument go away. Beneath the soil, workers uncovered what appeared to be massive stone slabs, some arranged in near-perfect geometric patterns. There were claims of ancient concrete composite material allegedly more advanced than what we use today. In the nearby tunnel system called Ravne Volunteers, discovered stone blocks carved glyphs and chambers with what Osmanagic calls energy megaliths. He even brought in physicists who claimed the pyramid emitted electromagnetic frequencies from its peak frequencies, supposedly beneficial to human health. It all sounds wild, too wild, and yet, people keep showing up. Thousands of volunteers from around the world have joined the digs. Visitors describe sensations of peace, healing, even euphoria inside the Ravne tunnels. The tunnels themselves are real, extensive, and complex. Some chambers are aligned in curious ways. Airflow is natural and steady, despite being hundreds of feet underground. Skeptics say it's all wishful thinking, that the stone slabs are natural geological formations called conglomerate layers, that the tunnel system is just an old mine, that the alignments and energies are vague enough to be coincidence. Historians still debate whether the Bosnian pyramids are real or the world's most elaborate misunderstanding. But here's where things get interesting. What if they're both? What if the hill is natural, but was shaped modified, enhanced by ancient people? After all, many sacred sites around the world were built atop natural formations, mountains, cliffs, caves. The Great Pyramid of Giza is constructed over a bedrock mound. Machu Picchu sits astride a natural ridge. Maybe the Bosnian hill was chosen for its shape and then improved, and the idea of modifying hills into pyramidal forms isn't unheard of. In places like Indonesia and China, we find earth pyramids, man-made structures that blend seamlessly into the landscape buried by time weather and vegetation. In fact, dozens of pyramid-shaped mounds dot the Chinese countryside, many of them officially unexcavated, sitting under orchards and forests. The line between hill and pyramid is blurrier than you think. So what if Visochicha isn't a lie, but a memory, a monument whose original builders were forgotten, whose shape was softened by rain, and roots whose purpose was erased in a flood of time? And along came Osmanagic, not with definitive proof, but with a lens, a way of seeing the hill that makes you wonder. Because it's not just the geometry, it's the math. Osmanagic claims the pyramid's sides align almost perfectly with the cardinal directions, just like Giza. He points to ratios between the pyramid of the sun and the moon that match astronomical patterns. He finds golden ratios, harmonic proportions, angles of inclination that just happen to match other ancient structures from halfway around the world. Coincidence? Pattern seeking? Maybe. But the real question is, why does this keep happening? Why do pyramid-shaped structures, whether natural man-made or somewhere in between, show up all over the planet, often aligned with stars, often aligned with cardinal directions, often hidden under thousands of years of soil? The Bosnian pyramid debate taps into something deeper than just stone and shape. It taps into the idea that history is layered, and those layers don't always get along. Mainstream academia favors caution, evidence, consensus. But the past wasn't always so tidy. And sometimes someone stumbles into a story that was supposed to stay buried. And that's what makes Visoko so fascinating. Even if the hill wasn't carved by a pre-Ice Age civilization, the question remains, why does it feel like it could have been? Why does it stir something in people? Why do volunteers keep digging? Why do engineers keep scratching their heads at the stone samples? Why do visitors come away from the tunnels talking about peace pressure, energy resonance? Maybe it's psychosomatic. Maybe it's placebo. But maybe, just maybe, it's the hum of something old waking up. Historians still debate whether there's a true pyramid in Bosnia. Maybe there is. Maybe there isn't. But beneath the forested slope, beneath the soil, and controversy, and snide academic commentary, something does exist. And that's the thing about buried truth, it has a way of getting out. Even if it takes a guy with a shovel and a dream to point it out. The water is warm, turquoise, impossibly clear. You're floating just off the coast of Bimini, a quiet island in the Bahamas that looks like it belongs in a postcard. Palm trees, swaying white sands, curling along the edge of an endless horizon. But then someone taps your shoulder, nods, and points down. Beneath you, stretching away into the blue, like a road from nowhere, is something impossible. A long line of rectangular stone blocks, flat and wide and fitted together so precisely they seem planned, like pavement or foundation, like something meant to be walked on. They call it the Bimini Road, and it has no business being where it is. Discovered in 1968 because, of course, it was this half-mile stretch of limestone blocks, sits about 18 feet below the surface, lying in shallow water just off North Bimini. It's not hidden. In fact, it's remarkably accessible. But its visibility only adds to the mystery, because this isn't some haphazard pile of reef rock. The blocks are aligned, often rectangular, and arranged in a pattern that screams artificial structure. Some are stacked. Some curve gently, as if outlining the corner of something greater. Divers have reported interlocking joints-level platforms and what appear to be tool marks, details that suggest someone cut, moved, and placed these stones with purpose. But here's the catch: no one knows who did it, or when, or why. Mainstream geology says it's a natural formation. Just a case of beach rock, a sedimentary formation made from sand shells and coral that gets cemented together by minerals over time. Under the right conditions, it can fracture in neat lines, creating the illusion of paving stones. Neat, clean, easy. Except, it doesn't look like that. It looks like a causeway, like a street that used to lead somewhere, or a wall, or a dock. Something architectural intentional, something designed. And here's where it gets weirder. The Bimini Road was discovered just as predicted by a man named Edgar Cayce, the so-called sleeping prophet, a clairvoyant who made thousands of predictions in trance states during the early 20th century. Among his more famous proclamations was that Atlantis would begin to rise in the area near Bimini sometime in the late 1960s. And then this underwater road showed up. Coincidence skeptics roll their eyes so hard they get neck cramps. But for believers, it was confirmation. Cayce had said Atlantis would re-emerge. The Bimini Road was Atlantis rising just as he foresaw. Historians still debate whether this is fair or fantasy. Atlantis, after all, is already controversial, and linking it to a Caribbean underwater rock formation pushes it into the realm of ancient astronaut forums and midnight radio shows. But still, the match in timing is uncanny. And even without the Atlantis angle, the questions persist. If it's man-made, it might be over 10,000 years old, based on estimates of sea level rise since the last ice age. That predates the pyramids, predates Stonehenge, predates civilization, at least by the rules we're told to follow. If it's natural, then nature is suspiciously talented at geometry. Some researchers argue that it could be a megalithic structure, perhaps a breakwater, or part of a sunken harbor built by a forgotten coastal civilization that existed before recorded history. Something like the Yonaguni Monument in Japan, or the Dwarka ruins off the coast of India. We keep finding these things, and we keep calling them anomalies. But how many anomalies does it take before the rule book starts to look a little off? Let's talk logistics. To place massive limestone slabs in a neat row underwater, if done by humans, would require tools, coordination, planning, and a reason. Maybe it was ceremonial, maybe functional. A place to dock boats, a seawall to prevent flooding, a sacred walkway leading to some long-lost shrine. Whatever it was, it doesn't stand alone. Other stones have been found nearby, arranged in strange clusters, or extending further from the main line of the Bimini Formation. Divers report circular formations, mounds, and even what might be buried columns beneath the sand. Of course, confirmation is elusive. The ocean covers its secrets well. Coral grows. Sand shifts. Time grinds everything into doubt. Historians still debate whether the Bimini Road is just a trick of tides and tectonics or something much older, more intentional. But again, the problem isn't that we found a weird line of rocks. The problem is we keep finding them. From the Bahamas to Japan, India to Cuba, structures rest beneath the waves that don't fit the timeline. Roads, walls, terraces, and blocks that seem to whisper, "We were here before you." So maybe the Bimini Road isn't the lost driveway of Atlantis. Maybe it's just one piece of something bigger, a coastal civilization erased by rising seas, a settlement built when the ocean was miles further out, when the Bahamas were higher and wider and home to people we no longer remember. Think about how much of human history, our cities, our ports, our temples, sits along the coast. Now consider that global sea levels have risen over 400 feet since the end of the last ice age. Imagine how much has drowned, how much has been lost beneath the waves, corroded, scattered, buried under coral and algae and polite academic avoidance. Maybe Bimini isn't special. Maybe it's typical. Maybe there are hundreds of these sunken roads waiting to be found. Maybe this one just got lucky or unlucky enough to be seen. And maybe that's why it matters, because every once in a while the ocean spits something back up. A clue, a fragment, a path that leads nowhere, and yet feels like it once led somewhere very important. So you float there, above that line of stone, staring down through your mask. The water rocks you gently. The sun sparkles overhead. But down there below, the waves, something solid refuses to dissolve. Not a reef, not a myth, just a road. And roads, as we know, are meant to lead somewhere. Dust coats the ground where a river once roared. The land is cracked, bleached by sun and silence, and only the bones of an ancient waterway remain dry channels, twisting across the desert like faded veins. But the bones don't lie. They tell of a mighty river wide and deep, with cities on its banks and temples in its shallows. A river once more sacred than the Ganges, more venerated than the Indus. A river that simply vanished. Its name was Saraswati, mentioned in the Rig Veda, the oldest of the sacred Hindu texts. The Saraswati River was described not in metaphor, but in tangible geographical detail. It was called the most mighty of rivers, flowing from the Himalayas to the sea, nourishing a rich civilization along its banks. To the Vedic people, Saraswati wasn't just a body of water, it was a divine force. A river of memory, of knowledge of origin. Then somewhere around 1900 BCE, it dried up. Gone, just like that. For centuries, scholars thought Saraswati was purely symbolic, a spiritual construct, an allegorical stream of wisdom. After all, there was no river by that name on any modern map, no matching waterway in the known geography of India or Pakistan. But then came the satellites. High-resolution imagery, used for mapping terrain, began to reveal something extraordinary: ghost rivers. Faint, dry beds etched into the desert floor of northwest India and Pakistan, precisely where the Vedas said the Saraswati once flowed. These weren't random gullies or seasonal streams, they were massive, braided, meandering with deltas and tributaries, rivers big enough to support entire civilizations. And it turns out they did. Archaeologists began finding ruins. Not just one or two settlements, but hundreds. Towns, cities, irrigation canals, granaries, and pottery, all linked to what we now recognize as the Indus Valley Civilization, one of the earliest urban cultures on Earth. Only now, it wasn't just Indus. It was Saraswati too. Some researchers now argue that what we've been calling the Indus Valley Civilization might be better understood as the Saraswati Sindhu Civilization, a dual river culture thriving between the Indus and the now-lost Saraswati. Sites like Rakhigarhi Kalibangan and Banawali sit far from the Indus River, yet show the same complex architecture, metallurgy, script, and urban planning. And they're all located along the dry riverbeds that match the ancient course of the Saraswati. So what happened? Historians still debate whether the Saraswati vanished due to tectonic shifts, climate change, or both. Some suggest the Yamuna and Sutlej rivers, major tributaries, changed course, starving the Saraswati of its lifeblood. Others point to long-term drought conditions that turned lush plains into arid wasteland. By 1900 BCE, the once mighty river was gone, and with it perhaps the cultural core of an entire civilization. And here's the unsettling part. It didn't go out with a bang. It just faded. A slow death. A retreat of water over decades or centuries. Crops failed. Cities were abandoned. People migrated. The great centers of knowledge and trade crumbled not from invasion or plague, but from thirst. A river died, and so did memory, but the myth remained. For thousands of years, people spoke of Saraswati. They offered prayers to it, rituals, songs. Even after it disappeared from the land, it lived in the mind. It became a river of spirit, of divine speech, of knowledge itself. Because sometimes, when something real is lost, it becomes sacred. Today, Saraswati is still honored during festivals. There are rituals performed on its name despite the fact that it no longer flows. A vanished river still worshipped. That's not just devotion, it's a kind of quiet defiance. As if people refuse to let it go. As if they knew it mattered more than anyone would ever admit. And it does, because Saraswati isn't just a forgotten waterway. It's a proof of presence. A reminder that entire civilizations can vanish not in fire, but in dehydration. That the earth can blink and erase a culture, not with war, but with weather. Historians still debate whether the collapse of the Indus-Saraswati world was due solely to climate, or if there were other factors, economic shifts, political changes, or social fragmentation. But the drying of the river remains central. It shows how fragile even the most advanced ancient systems were, how dependent on water and on the cycles of nature we've always been. And maybe that's the lesson. We like to imagine lost civilizations as victims of cataclysm, asteroids, floods, plagues. But what if they died of thirst? What if it was just a few bad harvests, a few years of missing monsoons, a slow migration of rivers away from their cities? That's a quieter kind of end, but it's no less final. The ruins along the Saraswati's ghostly course tell the story. Well-planned cities, standardized weights, sewer systems, paved streets. And then silence. No palaces, no obvious signs of war. Just an elegant fade-out, as if the orchestra packed up and left one note at a time. And what about the knowledge? The Vedas, the oldest sacred texts in the world, were written in the wake of this collapse. But some believe they preserve knowledge from before it. The hymns, chants, and astronomical references may contain echoes of what was lost when the Saraswati vanished. A memory fossilized in sound passed through time when no one had the tools to write it down. A river lost to sand. A civilization remembered in syllables and ruins. There's something eerily modern about it, isn't there? Satellite images resurrecting what myth preserved. Ruins validating stories long dismissed. We're used to thinking that mythology exaggerates, but sometimes it underexplains. It hints at a truth too vast or too painful to fully record. And here's where it gets stranger. Some researchers propose that parts of the Saraswati might still exist underground. Aquifers, subterranean flows, hidden channels of water beneath the Thar Desert. And if that's true, if Saraswati never truly died, but simply went into hiding, then it becomes a metaphor too. Not just a river, but a stream of memory. A current that runs beneath the surface, silent and forgotten, waiting for us to rediscover it. So the next time you hear a story about a sacred river, don't dismiss it as fantasy. It might be a map, not of geography, but of loss. A way for a people to say, we were here, we mattered, even if our river no longer runs, because sometimes the most powerful currents aren't made of water, they're made of remembrance. You climb a narrow path through misty hills in Scotland. The wind stings your cheeks. The land is green, yes, but harsh, wild. There's a sense here that the earth is older than it lets on. And then you see it, a ruin, not just any ruin. This one perches on the hilltop, like it's still watching the horizon, its jagged walls reaching skyward, its stones blackened and glossy in the morning light. You run your hand along a section of the wall, and it's smooth, glassy, melted. This wasn't built with fire. It was melted by it. Welcome to the strange phenomenon of vitrified forts, scattered across the Scottish Highlands and found in parts of Ireland, France, and even Germany. These ancient fortresses share an impossible feature. Sections of their stone walls have been fused together by intense heat so hot it caused the rock itself to melt and solidify like volcanic glass. Vitrification, that's not a poetic term. It's a scientific one. It describes what happens when stone is subjected to temperatures above 1000 Celsius heat, intense enough to cause solid rock to liquefy, then harden again into a glass-like substance. Historians still debate whether these vitrified forts were deliberately created or accidentally ruined. But first, let's talk scale. There are over 60 known vitrified sites in Scotland alone. Some, like Dunmac-Sniachan and Taponath, still show clear walls melted into twisted, darkened ribbons of stone. In some places, the vitrified material runs in long bands, fusing multiple boulders together. Not just surface scorching, but deep structural fusion. And here's the problem. No one knows how they did it, because we're not just talking about tossing a few logs against the wall. You'd need a sustained temperature far beyond what normal campfires or torches could reach. You'd need blast furnaces or industrial-scale bellows feeding oxygen into controlled flames for hours. The ancient people who built these forts supposedly lived during the Iron Age, about 500 BCE to 1000 CE. They had no advanced metal tools, no kilns the size of buildings, no electrical anything. And yet, they melted stone. Some archaeologists have attempted to replicate the effect. Experiments have shown it is possible to vitrify stone walls by stacking timber around them and burning for hours. But even those attempts result in partial vitrification, not the consistent fused bands seen in the original structures. It requires absurd amounts of fuel. It's inefficient, labor-intensive, and completely impractical for defense. So why do it? Why spend that much time and energy melting your own walls? One theory is accidental fire. Maybe during battle, invaders set the fort ablaze and the heat did the rest. But that doesn't hold up. Many of these forts show vitrification all the way through the wall, not just on the exposed surface. It would take days of constant fire to achieve that, and enemies aren't usually that patient. Another idea, ritual destruction. Perhaps the forts were deliberately burned and vitrified as part of a ceremonial sealing away to end a fortress's life with honor, or to mark a change in leadership or sacred use. Others think the vitrification might have been intentional reinforcement, an attempt to create stronger, more durable walls. But that just brings us back to the core problem, how even today, melting rock into structural glass is a specialized, energy-hungry process. And that opens the door to more exotic ideas. Some fringe researchers suggest that these vitrified forts are evidence of ancient high technology, perhaps not known broadly, but concentrated in elite groups or cultures long since forgotten. Technology capable of manipulating heat, of channeling energy in ways that would baffle even modern engineers. Could it have been focused sunlight? Microwave bursts? Unknown chemical processes? Or something more speculative like plasma weapons, directed energy, or even nuclear-like detonation? You laugh. And then remember that glassified terrain is a hallmark of nuclear testing. Places like Trinity Site, where the first atomic bomb was detonated, leave behind melted stone called trinitite, strikingly similar to the material found in vitrified forts. It's not proof, but it's a comparison that makes your brain itch. Historians still debate whether the melting of these forts was technological, intentional, or incidental. Some are open to the idea that we've misclassified them entirely, that these weren't defensive forts at all, but ceremonial centers, perhaps designed to mimic or harness natural forces. There's even a theory that some of the vitrified sites sit along ley lines, mystical alignments of Earth's energy grid, supposedly tapped by ancient civilizations for spiritual or energetic purposes. The idea is controversial. Very few academics give it oxygen. But again, the placement of these forts is rarely random. Many sit atop isolated hills commanding views of the surrounding landscape, sometimes aligned with celestial points or solstice markers. There's an eerie precision to where they were built, a kind of geometric intuition that says someone knew what they were doing. But then they stopped. The practice of building vitrified forts just ends. No transition, no evolution. One day people were melting rock. The next, they weren't. Like someone lost the recipe, or someone told them to stop. That kind of loss doesn't come from fashion. It comes from collapse, a war, a plague, a shift in power, or a global disaster that wiped the chalkboard clean. And maybe in the smoking ruins of a forgotten era, the survivors looked at those glassy walls and decided never again. So the forts sit there, quiet, forgotten. Their melted stones still fused, still gleaming in places where moss hasn't taken over. They don't shout. They don't boast. They just exist. A quiet middle finger to our sense of technological superiority. And maybe that's what they are, a warning. A fossil, not of biology, but of capability. Evidence that human beings once did things we can no longer replicate. That fire and stone remember things we've chosen to forget. Because when you melt a wall on purpose, you're not just building, you're making a statement. You're leaving a message for the future. And that message is still cooling, slowly, silently in the hills of Scotland. The jungle is heavy with heat. Thick vines drape over the land like nature trying to keep a secret. And every few steps, your boots sink into the soft, moss-covered floor. The air hums with insects and memory. Then you reach a clearing, and it's there. Just sitting ahead. Not a statue, not a bust. A head carved from basalt, 9 feet tall, and weighing 40 tons, staring at you with an expression that's hard to place calm, maybe stern, maybe just tired. This is one of the Olmec colossal heads, and it should not exist. There are 17 of these stone heads known to archaeology scattered across the Mexican states of Veracruz and Tabasco. Each one is carved from volcanic rock. Each one is unique with individualized facial features, wide noses, full lips, deep-set eyes, and broad cheeks. Some wear helmets or headgear, possibly ceremonial or symbolic, but none of them come with instructions. No written text, no builders' names, just faces. Massive, immovable faces carved with purpose. Mainstream archaeology dates the Olmec civilization from around 1600 BCE to 400 BCE, making them one of the earliest known Mesoamerican cultures. They are often called the mother culture of the region, laying the foundation for later civilizations like the Maya and the Aztec. But here's where it gets weird. We still know shockingly little about them. Their language lost, their script undeciphered. Their cities, many remain buried or unexplored. Their sudden rise and eventual disappearance remain an enduring mystery. And those heads, they refuse to explain themselves. Let's talk logistics. The stone used to make the heads was quarried miles away, some of it over 50 miles from where the heads were finally placed. That's without wheels, without pack animals, just jungle mud and determination. They didn't just haul these boulders, they carved them with tools supposedly made of stone and wood-shaping basalt that today requires diamond-tipped equipment to manage with any efficiency. Historians still debate how they did it. Some suggest the Olmec had copper tools, though no significant examples have been found at the sites. Others propose they used sand as an abrasive, rubbing it into the rock for hours or days or weeks. Maybe they just worked slowly, generation by generation. Or maybe they knew something we don't. Even more curious is where the heads were placed. Most weren't displayed in open plazas or temple complexes. Many were buried, intentionally placed face down or hidden beneath layers of earth, as if meant to be preserved or hidden. Some researchers suggest this was part of a ritual, a symbolic act of returning the ancestors to the earth. Others wonder if it was something more cautious, even fearful, because the heads feel personal. Each one seems to be a portrait, not of a god or mythical figure, but of an actual person, a leader, a warrior, a memory cast in stone. And they aren't cartoonish or abstract. They're realistic with expressions that suggest personality, mood, even fatigue. These were faces meant to last, and yet they say nothing. No inscriptions, no glyphs identifying the individuals, no accompanying monuments explaining their purpose. Just faces watching silently across millennia. This is where the fringe theories slip in. Some claim the facial features of the heads resemble people of African descent, suggesting ancient transoceanic contact. The idea is highly controversial, and there's no hard evidence for a cultural connection, but the debate persists. It underscores how out of place these heads feel, how disconnected they are from everything else we think we know. Then there's the idea that the heads are leftovers, not of the Olmec, but of a civilization that came before them, that the Olmec inherited these monuments and gave them new meaning. It's a theory that echoes across other mysterious structures around the world. Maybe the people we credit as the builders were actually the restorers. After all, the Olmec didn't just carve heads. They built cities, created ritual ball courts, developed astronomical knowledge, and practiced complex religious rites involving jaguar deities and mythic transformations. But when you visit their sites, like San Lorenzo la Venta or Tres Zapotes, you find far more questions than answers. There's no gradual evolution. The Olmec appear suddenly already skilled, already building, already carving. Their art is refined from the start. Their urban planning is organized. Their ceremonial centers are aligned with astronomical points. And then they're gone, not wiped out by war, not overrun by invaders, just faded. Their cities were abandoned. Their influence lingered, absorbed by later cultures. But their origin, their peak, and their disappearance all seem oddly compressed, like a civilization that bloomed fast, burned bright, and then vanished before it could leave a full set of instructions. Historians still debate whether the Olmec were a unique culture or just the first chapter of a longer book. But one thing is certain: they were builders. They were watchers. And they left behind monuments that refuse to be ignored, because those heads are more than just stone. They're time capsules. They're puzzles that stare back. They ask, "Do you remember us?" and wait for an answer we're not sure how to give. Some researchers believe the Olmec were deeply connected to celestial cycles, that their art and monuments reflect astronomical alignments, solar positions, equinoxes, star patterns. If true, the heads may not just be portraits. They might be markers tracking the movement of time power or ritual significance. Or maybe they're just warnings. Stone faces half buried in the jungle, carved by hands long forgotten, watching the rise and fall of every civilization that came after, watching us. And the real question is, why did they stop? Why didn't the Maya continue the tradition? Why didn't the Aztec carve new heads? Why did this particular form of monument, massive, intimate, stubbornly human, vanish? Maybe the Olmec knew something the others didn't. Maybe they carved in stone, not to remember the past, but to warn the future. So you stand there, in the heat and silence of the jungle, and stare back at the head. It doesn't blink. It doesn't speak. But somehow, it still says everything. You step into the room, and it hits you cold quiet, and somehow expectant. The lights are low, the air recycled museum dry. And in the glass case ahead, glowing like something out of a sci-fi movie, is a human skull. Or what looks like one, except it's clear. Made entirely of quartz crystal. No seams, no glue lines, no visible carving marks, just smooth, flawless transparency cheekbones, jawline eye sockets. It stares back at you with hollow perfection. Meet the crystal skulls, objects of fascination, fraud, folklore, and possibly something more. There are dozens of crystal skulls scattered across museums and private collections, but most of the hype centers around a small handful, especially the one known as the Mitchell-Hedges skull, allegedly discovered in 1924 by British adventurer Frederick Albert Mitchell-Hedges, or more accurately, by his daughter Anna, inside the ruins of a Mayan temple in Belize. This skull has become the poster child for ancient enigmas. It's carved from a single block of quartz crystal. It has a detachable jaw. It weighs over 11 pounds, and according to early claims, it was so precisely shaped that even modern lasers couldn't replicate its form without damaging the material. Except, those claims don't hold up. Modern analysis has revealed tool marks. The kind left by high-speed rotary wheels, the kind you'd find in a jeweler's workshop in 19th century Europe, not in ancient Mesoamerica. Further studies by the British Museum and the Smithsonian suggest that most crystal skulls, possibly all of them, are forgeries, made not by lost civilizations, but by clever European artisans selling to gullible collectors during the height of the spiritualist craze in the late 1800s. Case closed, right? Well, not exactly. Because even after the skeptical dust has settled, a few mysteries remain. Not all skulls have been tested. Not all origins are documented. Some show no signs of modern tools, and others exhibit optical properties that still puzzle researchers, like the way light travels from the base of the skull to the eye sockets in ways that suggest an understanding of crystal refraction beyond what was known at the time. And then there's the mythology. According to New Age lore, there are 13 true crystal skulls scattered across the world, each containing ancient knowledge, healing wisdom, even the secrets of the universe. The legend says that when all 13 are reunited and placed in formation, humanity will undergo a transformation. Some say we'll receive divine knowledge. Others say we'll avoid global catastrophe or trigger one. The stories are flexible. But here's the fascinating part. Nobody knows where the legend came from. It wasn't part of Mesoamerican belief systems. The Maya, Aztec, and other indigenous cultures used skulls as symbols, yes, but there's no evidence that they crafted or venerated crystal skulls in particular. The idea of 13 mystical skulls only appears in modern texts, often without sources, which raises the uncomfortable possibility that the myth is a recent invention, one that retroactively gave the skulls meaning after they were already circulating. Yet people believe in them. They visit them, meditate with them, report visions, dreams, healing experiences. Some say the skulls emit vibrations, that they change temperature, that they respond to thought or emotion. Most of this is unprovable, but belief, especially ancient belief, has never required proof, only resonance. And maybe that's what the crystal skulls are: resonant objects. Things that look like they should matter. Things that feel like relics, even if they aren't. Like talismans of a world we don't remember, but somehow still recognize. Historians still debate whether the Mitchell Hedges skull was found in a Mayan ruin or purchased at an auction spoiler. It was probably the latter. But even if it's a fake, it's an amazing fake. Carving crystal is no small feat. Quartz is harder than steel. One wrong cut and the whole block can shatter. And yet these skulls are symmetrical, detailed, and in some cases, strangely perfect. So who made them, and why? Were they just artifacts of spiritualist fraud? Souvenirs for the mystically curious? Or were they created with intentional symbolism, designed to represent purity, eternity, the continuity of life and death? Let's consider something else. Crystal doesn't rot. It doesn't rust. It doesn't degrade easily. It is by nature preservational. A crystal skull is a message in a bottle, a symbol that can survive earthquakes, fires, floods. Maybe that's the point. Maybe they were meant to last, not because they held actual data or memories, like a USB stick carved in quartz, but because they reminded us of something essential: that knowledge is fragile, that life is short, that faces fade, but form can endure. Even if the skulls are modern, they still act like fossils of belief shaped by hope, myth, and mystery. And here's the twist. Crystal skulls have popped up in other places too. Not just in Mexico or Central America. They've been found or claimed to be found in Tibet, Germany, Mongolia, even Russia. Always mysterious. Always unproven. Always just credible enough to make you wonder. Maybe they're all fakes, or maybe one or two of them aren't. Historians still debate whether there's anything special about quartz. But spiritually, quartz has always been seen as a stone of clarity used in divination, healing, and energy work across cultures. Shamans, priests, and mystics from nearly every continent have worked with crystal. Maybe not to carve skulls, but to focus something. Thought, intuition, memory. And maybe that's what the skulls are best at, making you remember things you never lived through, making you feel connected to an idea you can't explain. Something old, something lost. So you stare through the glass at this shimmering cranium, the light bouncing off its cheekbones and catching in its hollow eyes. You know it's probably a fake, that it was likely made by a man with a polishing wheel and a flair for showmanship. But still, it doesn't blink, it doesn't speak, and somehow it still knows your name. It looks like something you'd find in a rusted toolbox, something forgotten at the bottom of a shed drawer, an old hammer plane and sturdy with a wooden handle and an iron head. Except this hammer isn't resting next to a pack of nails or an empty can of WD-40. It's embedded in stone, not just stuck in some loose gravel or encased in a cement block. This hammer is fused inside a nodule of rock, a solid concretion that, according to some geologists, could be over 100 million years old. Welcome to the riddle of the London hammer. Not that London. This hammer was discovered near the town of London, Texas, back in 1936. A couple was out hiking when they noticed a piece of wood protruding from a rocky nodule. Curious, they took it home, cracked it open, and found a hammerhead neatly encased in the middle. It wasn't glued in. It wasn't shoved in afterward. The rock had formed around the hammer. The wooden handle was partially petrified. The metal head, made of iron, was remarkably pure, with no signs of modern alloys or casting marks. It wasn't corroded. It hadn't rusted. It looked preserved, unfazed, as if it had just taken a nap in the Cretaceous and woke up confused. Now here's where things get messy. Mainstream science says this is a geological fluke. The rock isn't actually 100 million years old. It's a concretion sediment hardened around a modern object through a chemical process that can happen faster than you'd think. Sometimes in just a few decades under the right conditions. The hammer, skeptics argue, is a 19th century tool, probably used by a miner or settler. The whole mystery, just a case of mistaken geology and a good story, but not everyone buys it. Some geologists who've examined the rock claim it really is ancient, that the surrounding matrix matches strata millions of years old, that the fossilization of the wood couldn't happen in a few decades, that the iron head's composition, 96% iron, 2% chlorine, 1% sulfur, doesn't match known modern manufacturing techniques, that it lacks internal rust despite decades, maybe centuries of exposure. And if that's true, then this hammer wasn't made by 19th century settlers. It was made by someone else. Historians still debate whether this artifact is a geological anomaly or a technological anachronism. But the implications are uncomfortable either way. Because if the hammer is genuinely ancient, then it means humans, or something like us, were swinging tools when dinosaurs still walked the earth. It's the kind of idea that makes textbooks wince. Of course, there are other possibilities. Maybe the hammer was not made by humans. Maybe it was made by a different intelligent species, one lost entirely to time. One that left no records, no bones, no structures, only a single tool locked in stone, like a message in a mineral bottle. Or maybe history isn't a straight line. Maybe it's a cycle. Civilizations rising and falling in long-forgotten waves, each one climbing back toward technology before being knocked down by disaster floodfire impact. or their own arrogance. In that case, the hammer isn't a mystery. It's a souvenir, a leftover from the last round. And that's the unsettling part, isn't it? Because we love to believe we're the pinnacle, the final draft, the first to wield iron and fire and logic. But if the London hammer is authentic, truly ancient, then we are merely the most recent civilization to figure out how to swing a tool. So let's ask the obvious question. Why haven't more artifacts like this been found? Some argue they have. That dozens of so-called out-of-place artifacts, parts, have surfaced over the years. Metal spheres in ancient rock layers, mysterious footprints next to trilobite fossils, spark plugs embedded in geodes. But most of these finds get dismissed, ignored, or quietly buried in academic journals nobody reads. Maybe because they're frauds, or misinterpretations, or maybe because they're inconvenient. There's a joke in fringe archaeology. If you find something that doesn't fit the timeline, don't expect a grant. Expect to be politely uninvited from the next conference. The London hammer sits squarely in this uncomfortable space. Too suspicious to ignore. Too disruptive to accept. And maybe that's why it's so fascinating. It's not flashy. It's not covered in hieroglyphs or laser-etched star maps. It's just a hammer. Functional. Familiar. Human. And yet utterly impossible. If it were a golden idol or a glowing orb, maybe it would be easier to laugh off. But there's something intimate about a hammer. It's a tool of work, of building, of creation. It belongs to a people who made things, who had tasks, purpose, who had hands. And that's the most haunting detail. If someone made this tool, who held it? Were they like us? Were they us? Did they mine, forge, build? Did they stand at the edge of a continent now lost to ocean, swinging this hammer against stone, never imagining that one day it would be their only surviving trace? Or did they fall like so many before, and perhaps after leaving behind only silence and iron? Historians still debate whether the London hammer is proof of a pre-human civilization or just a miner's tool that got a weird rock hug. But no one can deny the feeling it leaves behind. You look at it, encased in stone, trapped in time, and it looks back at you like a challenge, because sometimes the simplest object carries the loudest question. What if we're not the first? You're in the desert now. California dry cracked, buzzing with heat. The kind of place where old mysteries go to disappear beneath sand and silence. 3 rock hunters are out exploring near Olancha in 1961, looking for geodes, those pretty little rock balls with crystal centers. They're cracking open one after another, letting the sparkle surprise them, and then they find it. Not quartz, not amethyst, not crystal at all. Inside this particular nodule is metal, cylindrical, symmetrical, threaded like a bolt or a screw, surrounded by a ceramic-like shell. If you didn't know better, you'd say it looks an awful lot like a spark plug. It would become known as the Koso artifact, and it should not exist. The nodule it was encased in was dated by some researchers to be at least 500,000 years old, based on the depth at which it was found and the formation it was part of. That's 500,000 years ago. Long before the invention of engines. Long before humans were supposed to have even developed agriculture or writing or, metal. And yet, there it is. A metal object fused into a rock, not lying next to it. Inside it, embedded, sealed, like it had been there all along. At first, the find was brushed off. Maybe it was an old car part that somehow got wedged into a loose concretion. But then people started looking closer. The object had a hexagonal metal casing, a porcelain core, and a central shaft features that bore a striking resemblance to a 1920s-era Champion spark plug. That was the official verdict. Someone dropped a spark plug. It got caught in a rapid mineralization process, and then time and a bit of misunderstanding turned it into an ancient mystery. Neat, tidy, except not quite, because many of the details don't fit. The nodule wasn't just wrapped around the plug, it had formed uniformly around it. The kind of solid crystalline growth that suggests long-term pressure and time, not just a few decades of mineral buildup. And when some tried to replicate the effect, burying spark plugs in similar soil, they couldn't get the same mineral formation. Not in months, not in years. Certainly not the smooth, hard crust that encased the COSO object. So which is it? A fluke of geology or a fragment of forgotten time? Historians still debate whether the COSO artifact is truly anomalous. The original object has disappeared from public view, making verification difficult. Most of what remains are photos, witness accounts, and a few surviving X-rays. But in those images, you see it threads casing a distinct mechanical structure inside solid stone. Skeptics say it was just misinterpreted, that it was a hoax, or a mistake, or a modern part that somehow got geologically wrapped. But if that's the case, why did the object vanish? Why hasn't it been retested with modern methods? Why did it fade quietly into the shadows, just as curiosity was peaking? There's a pattern with objects like this. They appear, make a brief media splash, and then disappear. Either literally, like the COSO artifact, or figuratively, written off, reclassified, put on a shelf, labeled "Don't Ask." But the questions remain. If it really is just a spark plug, why does it look so perfectly sealed in ancient material? Why does the matrix resemble surrounding rock that took millennia to form? And what if, just entertain it for a moment, it isn't from the 1920s? What if it's older? What if it's much older? That's when you start spiraling. Because if this object is not a modern spark plug, but an ancient version of one, then who made it? And what were they powering? A machine, a vehicle, some kind of lost energy device. Suddenly, you're staring down the barrel of a very uncomfortable idea that technological development isn't linear, that it doesn't go primitive, advanced like we love to believe, that maybe it moves in cycles. Civilizations rise, develop, innovate, then fall. Hard. And the next group starts over building their own spark plugs and pyramids from scratch, unaware that someone already did it all 100,000 years earlier. Maybe that's why we find objects like this encased in stone, embedded in coal, buried in lava flows, like little breadcrumbs from previous worlds. Worlds we forgot, or worse, worlds we chose to forget. Some researchers believe the COSO artifact is an example of what they call a technological out-of-place artifact, or UPART. These are items that suggest knowledge and industry far older than current timelines, allow precision stone tools in coal seams, aluminum gears in ancient tombs, iron nails in prehistoric caves. Individually, they're anomalies. Together, they're a whisper. You're not the first. Historians still debate whether the COSO artifact is a product of geology imagination or something more. But one thing is clear: it doesn't belong. Whether it's 50 years old or 500,000, it sparks the same question. What if someone was here before us, doing things we can't yet explain? And if they were, what happened to them? Did they destroy themselves? Did nature wipe the slate clean? Or did they leave quietly, leaving behind only sparks of their existence, tiny mechanical fossils embedded in stone. And here's the eerie part. Maybe we're doing the same thing right now. Think about it. We've built our entire civilization around tech, steel, plastics, electronics. But in 10,000 years after erosion, earthquakes, rising seas, and entropy, what will survive? What small, unassuming object might end up trapped in a rock, waiting to be found by the next version of us? A SIM card in sandstone, a circuit board in a fossil bed, or maybe a spark plug in a geode. So you hold the photo of the Kozo artifact in your hand. You trace the outline of the metal, the porcelain core, the strange familiarity of it all. It's not glowing. It's not engraved with alien runes. It's just a part. Functional, forgotten, impossible, and yet undeniably real, like the ghost of a machine whispering, "We've been here before." You're in the middle of nowhere, northern China. Windswept plains give way to jagged hills, dust whirling past broken stones and weather-worn ridges. It's the kind of landscape that looks like it's never had a secret in its life. But just off the edge of a saltwater lake called Tosan, a mountain juts up like an old scar, and something is poking out of it. Pipes, rusted ancient and utterly out of place. They're sticking out of the rock. Dozens of them. Some the width of your arm. Others thinner, like veins of forgotten infrastructure threading into the mountain. No one knows how deep they go. Some seem to vanish into the cliff face. Others plunge into the earth. A few run toward the lake, like they were once part of a larger system, tapping into water, drawing something up, or letting something flow down. They call them the Bygong Pipes, and they are one of the most mysterious archaeological anomalies in Asia. Let's start with the official story. The pipes were discovered near Mount Bygong in Qinghai province at high altitude, in a region so remote it makes desert ghost towns look bustling. The area is sparsely populated by Tibetan herders. The nearest town, Delinga, sits quietly about 40 kilometers away. At the base of the mountain lies what looks like a collapsed cave or tunnel entrance, partially covered in debris. Local legend says it once had a triangular opening, almost like a doorway, and that the pipes originate from inside it. Some say the pipes lead to underground chambers. Others whisper about a hidden structure, deeper within the mountain, something not made by nature or time. And then, of course, there's the lake. Just beyond the mountain lake, Tosan stretches out blue and salty, untouched by most forms of life. More pipes have been found near its edge. Some enter the water. Some appear along the shore, sticking out of rock formations as if abandoned mid-construction. There's no visible machinery, no buildings, just these strange, corroded remnants that look like they were left behind by someone who had other plans. So, what are they? Mainstream Chinese scientists have offered a few possibilities. Some say they might be fossilized tree roots, long mineralized and mistaken for pipes. Others think they could be natural iron deposits formed by groundwater leaching through sediment, creating hollow channels that hardened into pipe-like shapes. In other words, they're geological coincidences. But there are problems with that. First, the arrangement doesn't look natural. The pipes aren't randomly scattered. Many of them appear organized parallel, even fitted into one another like parts of a larger system. That kind of symmetry is rare in nature, especially when we're talking about structures embedded in solid rock. Second, samples of the pipes were analyzed in the early 2000s. The results showed a composition of over 90% iron oxide, along with significant amounts of silicon dioxide and calcium oxide minerals often found in old ceramic materials. But here's where things get weird. Some samples contained up to 30% unknown organic matter. What kind of organic matter, no one really knows. Historians still debate whether the pipes are artificial or not. But if they are, if someone placed them here, then the next question is why? And that's where speculation spirals. Some believe the bygone pipes were part of an ancient geothermal system used to heat or power some long-lost structure. Others think they channeled water from the lake into a city buried deep beneath the mountain. Still others whisper of extraterrestrial outposts, noting the triangular cave entrance and the lack of any nearby human settlements as signs that this wasn't built by ancient Chinese cultures, but by visitors from the sky. That sounds like a stretch, until you realize that Chinese officials once listed the area as a UFO tourism zone. A literal sign marked the site. There were even reports of research teams being sent in, then suddenly pulled out. Some say government attention spiked in the early 2000s, only to disappear just as quickly. What did they find? Why was access tightened? And why did official interest go so cold so fast? It doesn't help that no known culture in the area left behind evidence of metallurgy advanced enough to produce iron pipes thousands of years ago. The surrounding region has ancient rock art, yes, nomadic trails, trade routes, but no signs of smelting. No forges, no workshops, just the pipes. Which brings us to the big question: what kind of civilization installs a pipe system in the side of a mountain and then vanishes without a trace? Historians still debate whether the bygone pipes could be evidence of a prehistoric high-tech society, one capable of mining metallurgy and possibly hydroengineering, operating during a time when mainstream timelines say humans were still figuring out agriculture. If so, then the pipes aren't a fluke. They're a fossil of infrastructure. Imagine that fossilized plumbing. Or maybe they weren't meant for water at all. Some suggest they were ventilation shafts, like those found in large underground structures. That the mountain hides something inside something bigger than just a few metal tubes poking through rock. A base, a bunker, a vault. Maybe, or maybe we've just forgotten what used to be common. Maybe these pipes are reminders that people, whoever they were, once built things for the long haul. And maybe we don't recognize the rest of the system because it's gone, collapsed, buried, reclaimed by time. If the bygone pipes are artificial, they tell a story we're not ready to hear. About knowledge lost, about engineering erased, about a civilization advanced enough to thread iron through a mountain and quiet enough to leave no witnesses behind. And if they're natural, then they're still strange, still too organized, still unsettling in their order and placement, because either nature accidentally made an ancient-looking industrial system, or someone else did. So you stand there in the wind, staring at rusted tubes poking out of a cliffside, knowing that no one has a satisfying answer. That every explanation feels like a patch job on a hole we're afraid to look into. But the pipes are still there, threaded into the bones of the earth like veins of memory, forgotten, fused, waiting. You're in Mali now. Not in the city, not near any glowing screens or coffee shops way out. The desert is cracked and dry, but the cliffs of Bandiegra rise like a giant spine from the earth, ochre red and wind-worn. This is Dogon country, and you're about to hear a story that defies logic, science, and maybe even time itself. The Dogon people live here nestled into cliffside villages that seem carved directly from myth. Their culture is old, very old. Their rituals are elaborate, their masks are sacred, and their oral traditions go back hundreds, possibly thousands of years. And within those traditions lies a detail so precise, so specific, that it shouldn't exist. They say that the star Sirius, the brightest star in our night sky, has a companion star, one you can't see with the naked eye, one that's so dense, so heavy, that it contains more mass than the sun in a body the size of a small town. They call it Potolo. According to Dogon legend, this invisible star orbits Sirius once every 50 years. It is the smallest and heaviest thing there is, and it's sacred. It's where their gods, the Nomo, came from, amphibious skyborne beings who descended in spinning vessels and brought knowledge, language, and order to Earth. This sounds like science fiction, and yet it's not, because Sirius B, the white dwarf companion to Sirius A, was only confirmed by Western astronomers in 1862, and its mass, density, and orbital period weren't accurately measured until well into the 20th century. So how did a remote, non-literate tribal society know these things? Historians still debate whether the Dogon's astronomical knowledge is authentic or contaminated, picked up from contact with missionaries, colonizers, or anthropologists, then folded back into their mythology and retold as ancient wisdom. That's the skeptical explanation, and it's not a bad one. It's tidy. But here's where the theory falls apart. Dogon cosmology doesn't just mention Sirius B. It describes its orbit, its density, and its gravitational relationship with Sirius A. They even knew it was invisible, describing it as the eye that sees everything, but is itself unseen. That's not something you overhear in a missionary sermon. That's detail. That's precision. And they knew it before astronomers had confirmed any of it. In the 1930s, French anthropologists Marcel Griol and Germain Dieterlen spent over a decade living among the Dogon, documenting their rituals and knowledge. In their notes, published long before Sirius B was common public knowledge, they recorded descriptions of this unseen star, its orbit, and its connection to Dogon cosmology. They even drew diagrams, orbital paths, timelines, the whole cosmic dance. So either the Dogon were incredibly lucky guessers, or they were telling the truth. And if they were telling the truth, that means they either inherited this knowledge from someone else or received it from whom. That's where things get very weird very fast. Dogon elders say the Nomo came from Sirius, specifically from Potolo, the invisible star. They say the Nomo were amphibious beings, part fish, part human, who descended from the sky in a vessel that spun and burned like fire landing amidst thunder and dust. They brought order to chaos, language to silence, civilization to the void. If that sounds like the plot of an ancient alien documentary, that's because it is. The Dogon are at the heart of ancient astronaut theory, used as one of the prime examples that they were visited. But let's slow down. Maybe the Nomo were not aliens in a spaceship. Maybe they were symbols, archetypes. Maybe the story is encoded memory, an ancient record of a forgotten culture that knew more about the cosmos than they should have. Or maybe we're taking metaphors too literally. Then again, maybe we're not. Because the Dogon stories aren't vague. They don't speak in riddles. They give numbers, diagrams, durations, and even descriptions of the spiral motion of Sirius B around Sirius A. These aren't vague star myths. These are technical diagrams carved in language and dance. And it doesn't end with Sirius. They also describe the moons of Jupiter, the rings of Saturn, and the helical rise of Venus. all without telescopes, without observatories, without written charts. How historians still debate whether this knowledge can be attributed to indigenous observation. That maybe over generations, the Dogon preserved what others forgot. Maybe they had methods we underestimate patient sky watching, encoded oral science mnemonic rituals designed to carry astronomical data across centuries. But Sirius B, that's the sticking point, it's not visible to the eye, not even with early telescopes. You need precise instruments and mathematics to confirm it. Yet, the Dogon described it long before such tools arrived. Could it be coincidence? Sure. You can make anything a coincidence if you're determined enough. But coincidences don't usually come with orbital diagrams and 50-year cycles. And if the Dogon are right about Sirius B, what else are they right about? Because they say the Nomo will return, not as gods, not as aliens, but as reminders, as beings who walk between sky and water, as the voice of knowledge that's always been there, waiting to be heard. Maybe they already returned. Maybe they never left. Maybe they never existed in the way we think, but their legacy does. A frequency of knowing passed down through mask dances, through stories around firelight, through the geometry of rituals designed not to entertain, but to remember. And maybe that's the real story here. Not about aliens, not about stars, but about memory. That somewhere long ago, someone knew something important. About the stars. About us. About the way the universe moves. And the Dogon, isolated, humble, rooted in the red cliffs of Mali, held on to it. Longer than anyone else. So you sit beneath the stars now looking up at Sirius. It's bright, steady, watching. You know there's something next to it too small to see, too heavy to ignore. A ghost star, a silent twin, orbiting in secret, and maybe, just maybe, a story older than science is whispering through the dark. We knew, we still know, and so should you. The sun rises over the desert, soft and pale at first, then growing fiercer with each minute. Sand shifts under your shoes, warm already, even though it's early. You tilt your head back and squint, and there it is, looming timeless and utterly indifferent to your awe. The Great Pyramid of Giza. You've seen pictures. We all have. But standing in front of it is something else entirely. This isn't just a pile of rocks. It's not even just a monument. It's an insult to modern engineering. A riddle carved in limestone. A structure so massive and so precise that it seems impossible. Let's start with the basics. The Great Pyramid stands over 450 feet tall. It covers 13 acres. It's made from more than 2.3 million blocks of stone, some weighing up to 80 tons. The outer casing stones, now mostly gone, were polished white, Tura limestone fitted so tightly that you couldn't slide a razor blade between them. The base is nearly a perfect square, deviating by less than 2 inches across its sides. It's aligned almost perfectly with the cardinal directions north, southeast, and west. All of this, supposedly, was built around 2560 BCE during the reign of Pharaoh Khufu. Now pause for a moment. Imagine placing a single block every 2.5 minutes, 24 hours a day for 20 years straight, with no modern machinery, no lasers, no cranes, no motorized transport, just manpower, ropes, levers, copper chisels. Historians still debate how it was done. Some say massive straight ramps were built, ramps that would have required more stone than the pyramid itself. Others suggest spiral ramps, internal ramps, levers, and pulleys, lubricated sleds on wet sand. The theories keep coming, and none of them are fully satisfying because the deeper you look, the stranger it gets. Let's talk about what's inside. The Great Pyramid contains no hieroglyphs, no decorations, no mummies, no confirmed sarcophagi. The so-called King's Chamber is a stark granite box, beautifully built, acoustically resonant, and geometrically precise. Air shafts, once called ventilation shafts, but now believed to be symbolic point directly towards specific stars. The Great Pyramid isn't just a tomb, it's a machine built to interact with the sky. Some believe the entire pyramid was designed to mimic Orion's belt, aligning not just geographically, but symbolically with the heavens. The pyramid's slope angle, about 51.5 degrees, matches key solar ratios. The perimeter divided by the height gives a close approximation of 2p, suggesting knowledge of pi thousands of years before the Greeks. The dimensions also relate to the golden ratio. Coincidence? Pattern seeking? Maybe. Or maybe the builders knew exactly what they were doing. There's also the question of the materials. Some of the internal stones are granite sourced from Aswan, over 500 miles away. Transporting granite of that size over desert and river without modern vehicles would be a monumental task today. So how did Bronze Age Egyptians pull it off? With boats, they say. With sleds. With time. And maybe that's true. But the pyramid doesn't just resist explanation. It actively refuses it, because it doesn't feel like the beginning of something. It feels like the end of something. You don't start your civilization by building a skyscraper. You work up to it. There should be prototypes, practice runs, smaller structures with similar complexity. But there aren't any. Earlier pyramids like the Step Pyramid of Djoser or the Bent Pyramid are clunky by comparison. Later ones are smaller, more flawed, less precise. So what happened? One theory is that the Great Pyramid wasn't a starting point, it was an inheritance. Something the ancient Egyptians found repurposed, rebranded. That Khufu may have claimed the pyramid, but not commissioned it. That it was built by a forgotten people before the sands took everything else. Another theory, that the pyramid wasn't meant as a tomb at all, but as a power station. A few fringe researchers argue that the internal chambers and materials suggest an understanding of vibration resonance and even electromagnetic properties. That the structure may have collected or transmitted energy, perhaps not in the way we think of electricity, but as part of a broader system of Earth energies, or even cosmic harmonics. That sounds wild until you stand inside the king's chamber and hum. The room responds. It echoes back at you in a way that feels alive. The granite vibrates. The geometry sings. It doesn't feel like a tomb. It feels like a chamber for sound, for ritual, for something beyond burial. Historians still debate the function of the pyramid, but even mainstream voices now admit we don't really know. Tomb observatory, symbol, something else. And here's the kicker. The more we study the Great Pyramid, the more it seems like it was built with intention beyond comprehension. This wasn't a project slapped together by a despot with too many laborers and not enough hobbies. It was a multi-generational undertaking, a legacy carved into stone, aligned with the stars designed to endure forever. And in that sense, it succeeded, because the Great Pyramid hasn't just survived, it has outlived everything. Floods, earthquakes, conquerors, colonists, time. It's the last surviving wonder of the ancient world. It has watched the rise and fall of kingdoms, religions, and technologies, and it's still watching. Maybe that was the point all along, to create something that couldn't be forgotten, a message that couldn't be erased, not written in books which rot, not carved on tablets which crumble, but in architecture, in mass and angle and alignment, a memory you can walk inside. So you stand there in its shadow. You reach out and touch the stone, warm from the sun, cold underneath. You feel the weight of it, the silence of it, and you realize something terrifying. It's not trying to impress you. It's trying to outlive you. It stares eastward as it always has, silent, watchful, half buried in sand and legend. The Great Sphinx of Giza is perhaps the most iconic and most underexplained monument on Earth. You know the one. A lion's body, a human face, worn, weathered, and unmistakably ancient. But how ancient? That's the real question. The mainstream view is clear. The Sphinx was carved around 2500 BCE, during the reign of Pharaoh Khafre, who also built the second pyramid at Giza. They say the face of the Sphinx is his, that it was part of a grand funerary complex, a monument to royal power and solar alignment. And sure, it's a good theory, clean, comfortable, but the Sphinx isn't cooperating. For starters, the proportions are off. The body is huge, massive, stretching over 240 feet long, but the head way too small, comically so, like it was resized after the fact. Some researchers suggest that the head was recarved, that it once bore a different face entirely, perhaps that of a lion or even an earlier pharaoh, and was later altered during restoration or repurposing. Which brings us to the bigger issue, erosion. Take a close look at the body of the Sphinx, not the head, which has been restored many times, but the body and enclosure. The rock shows deep vertical weathering, rounded grooves, and undulating surfaces, not the horizontal flaking and sandblasting you'd expect from thousands of years in the desert. This, according to some geologists, most notably Dr. Robert Schoch, is evidence of water erosion, the kind that comes from sustained heavy rainfall over centuries. There's just one problem. The Giza Plateau hasn't seen sustained rain in over 8,000 years. That puts the Sphinx at least twice as old as we've been told. Schoch's findings caused a storm in the early 1990s. He presented evidence that the erosion patterns on the Sphinx were consistent with a much wetter climate, one that predates the rise of dynastic Egypt by thousands of years. Mainstream Egyptologists pushed back hard. They pointed to inscriptions, contextual architecture, and stylistic features that tied the Sphinx to Khafre's era. But here's the thing. There are no inscriptions on the Sphinx itself that say who built it. No cartouches, no records. Just a giant, silent guardian eroded by time, face battered by wind, and possibly reshaped by human hands. Historians still debate whether the Sphinx was built by the Egyptians we know, or by someone before them. A lost culture, perhaps pre-dynastic, who built the Sphinx as a lion aligned to the constellation Leo, which just so happened to rise directly in front of it around 10,500 BCE during the spring equinox. That's not just poetic, it's astronomical. The Sphinx faces due east, directly toward the rising sun at the equinox. Combine that with the Leo alignment, and you get a celestial marker, a timestamp carved in stone. A message from a civilization that not only tracked the stars, but anchored their monuments to the rhythms of the cosmos. Let's ask a different question. Why a lion? Before it was the Sphinx, before the human head, many researchers believe the monument depicted a full lion. And in ancient symbology across cultures, lions represent power, guardianship, and connection to the sun. In Mesopotamia, India, and even prehistoric cave art, the lion is a totem of something primal and sacred. And Leo. It's one of the fixed signs of the zodiac, a marker of celestial time. So what if the Sphinx isn't just a statue? What if it's a calendar, a clock made of stone, a keeper of ages? Ancient Egyptian tradition speaks of Zep-Tepi the first time, a golden age when gods walked among men and the world was aligned with order and balance. According to some interpretations, Zep-Tepi corresponds roughly with the 10,000 BCE window, when Leo rose in the east during the equinox. Could the Sphinx be a relic from Zep-Tepi? If so, it wasn't built to honor a king. It was built to warn or to remember, and that makes the erosion more than geological. It makes it symbolic, a monument worn down by time, forgotten, misinterpreted, just like the civilization that may have carved it. Of course, not everyone agrees. Most Egyptologists insist that dating the Sphinx earlier than 2500 BCE disrupts too much. It breaks the timeline, forces too many reevaluations, shifts the cradle of civilization further back than we're currently comfortable with. And that's the point. The Sphinx breaks the narrative. It refuses to be boxed. It offers no labels, no instruction manual, just quiet presence. You can measure it, study it, argue about it, but it won't tell you anything outright, which is maybe the most ancient thing about it. Because the Sphinx isn't a relic. It's a challenge. It dares you to imagine that there was something before Egypt, before kings, before writing, a civilization so old, so far removed, that even the people we call ancient had no name for them. And maybe, just maybe, that's why the Sphinx watches the sunrise, not just to mark time, but to remind us that time has always been bigger than we think. So you stand there in its shadow feeling very small. You look up into its weathered face, the chipped nose, the worn eyes. You wonder what face it once wore. You wonder who carved it and why they made it so permanent. Because it's not going anywhere. It will be here long after we're gone. Still watching, still remembering, still asking, do you remember us? You're deep beneath the waves now, somewhere off the coast of India, where the Arabian Sea laps against the ancient shoreline of Dwarka. Divers dip below the surface, their lights slicing through murky blue-green water. And there, rising from the seabed, like ghosts in the dark, are walls, staircases, foundations, roads, not coral, not random rock formations, ruins. This is underwater Dwarka, one of the most tantalizing archaeological sites in South Asia, and maybe, just maybe, a physical trace of myth. Let's back up. Dwarka today is a sacred city in the Indian state of Gujarat, mentioned in countless Hindu texts as the kingdom of Lord Krishna, one of the most important deities in the Hindu pantheon. According to legend, Krishna ruled from a golden city built on the coast Dwarka, which was later swallowed by the sea after his death, disappearing beneath the waves as if to follow him into legend. For centuries, historians considered the story symbolic, a poetic metaphor, a spiritual myth to explain the transience of power. But then the ocean gave something back. In the early 2000s, using sonar scans, marine researchers working off the coast of Dwarka and the nearby Gulf of Kambhat detected something strange: rectilinear shapes, geometric patterns, structures aligned in ways that natural geology simply doesn't produce. Follow-up dives revealed stone blocks, grids, and what appeared to be remains of an ancient city submerged in water, so opaque with silt that visibility was measured in inches. Carbon dating of artifacts recovered from the site, including pieces of wood and tools, produced shock waves. Some samples suggested ages of 9,000 years or more. That places them around 7,000 BCE. Let that sink in. That's thousands of years before the Indus Valley civilization, before the Egyptian pyramids, before Stonehenge, before writing. A city built, populated, possibly thriving, then drowned by rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age. Historians still debate whether this site is truly man-made. The waters are treacherous. Silt buildup makes visibility nearly impossible. And the artifacts, scattered and fragmentary, don't offer the kind of conclusive narrative scholars crave. Some dismiss the findings as wishful thinking. Others say the blocks and walls are natural rock formations misinterpreted by eager eyes. But the layout tells a different story. There are streets, or at least what look like them. Basement-like depressions consistent with residential structures. Stone anchors used in maritime activities. And nearby on land lies the city of modern Dwarka, still revered as Krishna's last earthly home, filled with temples and tradition. A continuous thread of cultural memory stretching back, not decades, not centuries, but millennia. Which leads to the inevitable question, what if the myth was real? What if ancient texts like the Mahabharata and Harivamsa, long considered religious poetry, actually encode historical truth? Descriptions of flying machines, burning weapons, and celestial visitors might sound fantastic, but so did the idea of a sunken city until the divers found walls under the sea. The Mahabharata describes Krishna's city of Dwarka in precise terms, well fortified, with grand gates, broad streets, and buildings made of silver and gold. And yes, that sounds like hyperbole. But remove the metaphor, and what do you have? A complex urban center, possibly ancient, possibly submerged. And it gets better. Ancient Indian scriptures, especially the Puranas, mention cyclical floods, great wars, and lost cities far older than mainstream history acknowledges. Some texts even reference civilizations existing tens of thousands of years ago, predating the accepted start of human society. It all sounds outrageous until you remember the water, because the last ice age ended around 10,000 years ago, and with it came rapid sea level rise as much as 400 feet globally. Coastal areas around the world were swallowed. Land bridges vanished. Cities, if they existed, would now rest beneath the ocean. Undiscovered, undisturbed. Dwarka may be just the beginning. India's ancient coastline hides other mysteries too, like Pumpuhar in Tamil Nadu, also believed to be lost to the sea, and Cambay, where underwater sonar revealed what might be massive urban ruins spread across miles of seabed. Historians still debate whether we're misreading natural formations or brushing against the edges of a forgotten human chapter. But the implications are massive. If Dwarka is real, the original sunken Dwarka, then history needs to be rewritten. Civilization didn't begin in Mesopotamia. It began earlier, and maybe in more places than we've dared consider. So what does that mean? That we're not the first? That advanced societies may have risen, thrived, and fallen long before we started counting years? That the Earth keeps secrets far older than our current models can handle? And maybe the myths aren't myths. Maybe they're records told in allegory, encoded in poetry, wrapped in symbolism, because that's how you transmit sacred memory, when the libraries sink beneath the waves. And here's something else: the temples of modern Dwarka are still being rebuilt, still standing, still visited by thousands of pilgrims every year. These people don't worship Krishna as an abstract symbol. They speak of him as a historical figure, a king, a warrior, a teacher whose city once stood where the ocean now rules. And maybe they remember something we've forgotten. Maybe we once knew how to build cities along the edge of extinction. Maybe we learned how to chart the stars, harness energy trade across oceans, and live in balance. And then something changed. A flood, a war, a slow forgetting. And all that remained was the memory of a man who walked among gods, and the city that sank when he left. So you float there above the ruins of a story heart thumping in your chest. The water is thick with silt. Visibility is low. But every now and then, your light catches something, a block, a step, a path. You feel the pull of history tugging from below, and you realize that you're not just diving through water, you're diving through time. And somewhere down there beneath the sand and sediment, Dwarka still waits. It's easy to forget sometimes that the earth is electric. Beneath your feet, currents flow. Magnetic fields pulse. And every once in a while, something built by ancient hands seems to hum with that forgotten frequency. You're standing at the edge of Tiwanaku, a high-altitude ruin in Bolivia, sitting more than 12,000 feet above sea level near the southern edge of Lake Titicaca. Wind whips across the Andean plateau, thin and sharp, and the sun is so bright it feels like it's made of metal. What's left of the city sprawls across the ground like shattered circuitry. Stone slabs, half-buried platforms, and walls that look like they were once part of something much more sophisticated than their surroundings suggest. And then you see it, a gateway, carved from a single piece of stone. Massive, intricate, timeless. This is the Gateway of the Sun, the most iconic feature of Tiwanaku and one of the strangest. At just over 9 feet tall and 13 feet wide, it's made of a single block of andesite, estimated to weigh over 10 tons. The surface is covered in carvings, with the central figure, often called the Weeping God, or staff deity, surrounded by rows of winged beings and geometric motifs. At first glance, it's just impressive. At second glance, it's inexplicable. The carvings are too fine, the details too crisp. Some lines are so straight and precise they resemble work done by a laser, or at least a modern machine tool. And then there's the bigger question: what was this place? Mainstream archaeologists say Tiwanaku flourished from around 500 CE to 1000 CE, predating the Inca, but influencing them heavily. It was a center for religion, trade, and culture. They built with precision. They knew astronomy. They aligned their temples with solstices and star risings. But there are problems. The blocks are massive, some weighing over 100 tons. They were quarried miles away, yet fit together like jigsaw puzzles, with no mortar, just perfect alignment. Some stones at Tiwanaku and nearby Pumapunku show sharp right angles, precise boreholes, and interlocking L-shaped cuts that look suspiciously modern. And perhaps most unsettling, Tiwanaku doesn't appear to have evolved. There are no earlier versions, no primitive prototypes. It just appears sophisticated, symmetrical, and already fully formed. Like someone hit copy-paste from a lost blueprint. Historians still debate whether Tiwanaku's builders were indigenous highland cultures or inheritors of a much older, forgotten civilization. But the locals have their own answer. They say Viracocha built it. Viracocha, the great god of the Andes. Bearded, robed, and pale-skinned according to legend. A creator deity who brought knowledge and order to a world of chaos, then walked away across the ocean. He's said to have taught the people astronomy, architecture, and morality, then disappeared, promising to return. Sound familiar? The myth echoes similar stories from across the globe. Gods who arrived from the sky or the sea taught humanity and vanished. The Hopi have them. The Sumerians have them. The Polynesians, the Egyptians, the Dogon. Always bringing knowledge, always leaving before we were ready. So maybe Tiwanaku wasn't the beginning of a culture. Maybe it was the remnant of one. The gateway of the sun then becomes more than an artifact. It becomes a timekeeper. Some researchers believe its carvings record a calendar system, possibly lunar solar, or even Venusian, tracking the cycles of the heavens with astonishing accuracy. Others claim it represents a star map, or even an encoded message, a snapshot of cosmic events from tens of thousands of years ago. And then there's Pumapunku. Located just a short walk from Tiwanaku, it's even more mysterious. Here lie some of the most complex megalithic blocks on Earth. Huge H-shaped stones, symmetrical, and notched that once formed part of a complex terrace or platform. Many of them were scattered as if thrown by a massive force earthquake flood or something else. The precision is absurd. Some of the stones have holes drilled in them, perfect cylinders with flat bottoms and uniform depth. Others are cut with corners so tight they suggest the use of rotary tools. And yet these people supposedly had only stone chisels and llamas. No steel, no wheels, no cranes. So how did they do it? Historians still debate whether these cuts could have been achieved using copper tools and sand as an abrasive. But the level of precision combined with the hardness of the stone raises doubts. Some of these stones are diorite, one of the hardest rocks known. Carving it with a copper chisel would be like cutting glass with a butter knife, unless they weren't using chisels at all. Fringe researchers point to evidence of advanced lost technology, high-frequency tools, sonic shaping, even the possibility of anti-gravity manipulation, a favorite theory among ancient astronaut theorists. It sounds ridiculous until you try to imagine lifting a 100-ton block and placing it precisely between two others without a millimeter of error. And maybe that's the whole point. Maybe places like Tiwanaku and Pumapunku weren't just cities. Maybe they were laboratories, observatories, libraries of stone storing not words, but resonance, geometry, frequency, alignment. Because here's the detail that chills you. Tiwanaku was aligned with the solstices. Its structures point to the rising and setting sun at key times of the year. But modern measurements show that alignment is off by several degrees. Why? Because Earth's axis has shifted. Due to a phenomenon called precession, the tilt and wobble of our planet change slowly over time, meaning Tiwanaku's perfect solar alignments only work if you rewind the clock to about 15,000 years ago. That's 13,000 BCE. That predates Sumer, Egypt, everything. It places Tiwanaku not in the middle of history, but at its beginning, or maybe before it. So you walk among the stones, tracing the edges with your fingers, feeling the coolness of andesite, the deliberate cuts, the precision. And you can't help but wonder, who built this? Why? Here, why so high? And why does it feel like the ruins of something more advanced, not less? It doesn't feel like the past. It feels like a reset, a civilization struck down, wiped clean, its technology lost its knowledge, drowned, and only the stone remains, still aligned, still humming, still waiting. You're walking across the Cambodian jungle. It's early, but already the air sticks to your skin like wet silk. Vines hang like curtains. Trees tower like ancient watchmen. and birds echo through the canopy in strange, sudden bursts. The trail winds, the underbrush thickens, and then just like that, the trees part. There it is, Angkor Wat. You've seen photos, but they don't prepare you for the scale. This isn't just a temple. It's a city carved from stone, laid out with such impossible precision that it feels less like architecture and more like software. Giant towers rise in lotus bud shapes perfectly symmetrical. Reflection pools mirror the sky. Long covered galleries stretch off into the haze covered in miles of carvings, each figure carefully placed, each detail deliberate. Built in the 12th century CE by King Suryavarman II, Angkor Wat is considered the largest religious structure on Earth. And yet it's only one part of the Angkor civilization, a sprawling metropolis that once housed over 1 million people in the middle of the jungle before it was swallowed up by time, conflict, and neglect. But the deeper you look, the stranger it gets. Because Angkor wasn't just grand, it was engineered. Historians still debate the true complexity of its urban design. Using satellite imagery and LiDAR scans, researchers have discovered an enormous network of roads, canals, reservoirs, and embankments hidden beneath centuries of vegetation. This wasn't just a city, it was a hydraulic machine, and not a simple one. The Angkorian engineers designed an elaborate system of water management. Massive reservoirs, called barrays, collected and redirected monsoon rains. Channels and moats controlled water levels. Canals allowed transport, irrigation, and flood prevention across a city that spread across 400 square miles. Let that sink in. Centuries before the industrial age, they built a water control system comparable to modern infrastructure, adapted to a tropical ecosystem that's notoriously hostile to long-term settlement. It worked until it didn't, but we'll come back to that. First, let's look at alignment. Angkor Wat is aligned to the equinox. On March and September 21st, the sun rises directly over the central tower when viewed from the main entrance. The entire structure is built according to astronomical precision, matching the movement of celestial bodies across the sky. Some researchers believe the towers of Angkor mirror the constellation Draco, or even encode a calendar based on lunar cycles and solstices. And there's more. The proportions of Angkor Wat correspond to cosmic numbers, symbolic distances that match the Hindu conception of time and space. For example, the distance from the entrance to the central shrine equals 1,728 cubits, a number linked to the length of a great age, or yuga, in ancient Indian cosmology. The height of the central tower linked to Mount Meru, the mythical axis of the world. Coincidence, cultural artistry, or was Angkor Wat not just a temple? Maybe it was a kind of temporal map, a sacred simulation of the universe itself, a model of cycles of day seasons, epochs, and reincarnations built in stone, meant to outlast the very concepts it represents. And here's where things get really strange. Carved along the temple walls are scenes from Hindu mythology, but there's one that stands out. A panel known as the churning of the ocean of milk shows gods and demons pulling on a serpent wrapped around a mountain, turning it like a spindle. From the churning emerges all of creation, divine treasures, life, even time itself. It's a myth, sure, but it also looks a lot like a metaphor for energy rotation, tension release. Some researchers even suggest the symbolism hints at mechanical principles or cosmic dynamics unknown to the medieval world. And then there's the ancient graffiti. Hidden in the upper levels of Angkor Wat, faint inscriptions were discovered, etchings in the stone made by monks or pilgrims long after the temple's construction. Some are prayers, others are diagrams. and one appears to be a lunar calendar so accurate it has baffled modern archaeologists. So the big question, who built this? We credit the Khmer Empire, and rightfully so. They left inscriptions, royal records, and architectural fingerprints. But something about Angkor feels older. Unlike other Khmer temples, Angkor Wat is surprisingly well preserved. The stones are tighter, the carvings more refined, the design more advanced. It's as if the builders reached a peak of capability, then lost it. Later temples, like Bayon or Ta Prohm, are still beautiful, but clearly built with fewer resources and less precision, which suggests something uncomfortable decline, not from invasion or sudden disaster, but from over-complexity. Historians still debate what caused Angkor's collapse. One leading theory is that its vast water system, so advanced, so ambitious, became a weakness. When the monsoon shifted and drought struck, the canals dried, the reservoirs failed, and the jungle took back the land. Add war, political instability, and famine, and the city emptied out. But not all at once. It wasn't a dramatic fall. It was a slow fade. A civilization so deeply tied to its environment that when the system hiccuped, the whole machine stalled. That makes Angkor Wat more than a temple. It makes it a warning, a monument not just to belief, but to human ambition and the consequences of going too far, too fast, without redundancy or resilience. And maybe that's why it still haunts us, not because it's ancient, but because it feels familiar. A vast, interconnected society, dependent on complex systems, vulnerable to subtle shifts, capable of breathtaking beauty and total collapse. So you walk through the galleries, running your fingers along stone that once rang with chants and footfalls. You peer through shadowed doorways where the scent of incense still seems to linger. You listen to the silence, and the silence says, "We were here, we built, we dreamed, we watched the stars, and when the rains didn't come, we faded, but we left this behind, a city of stone in the middle of the jungle, humming with memory, still standing, still aligned, still watching." You're in the Mediterranean now. Not on a yacht, not sipping anything, with a slice of lime, just floating near the coast of Malta Mask, fogging up flippers, slowly kicking through the deep blue. Below you, something catches your eye. Not coral, not fish. Grooves, long parallel grooves, carved into the limestone seabed, running in strangely organized patterns. They crisscross and curve, some running straight toward cliffs, others veering off into the sea like abandoned railway lines leading nowhere. They call them the cart ruts of Malta, and no one knows what they are. Across the islands of Malta and Gozo, these twin-track impressions snake across the rocky landscape, sometimes disappearing under villages, other times plunging directly into the ocean. The ruts are spaced evenly, typically about 1.4 meters, 4.5 feet apart, roughly the width of a wheelbase. Each groove can be up to 24 inches deep, worn smooth into solid rock. So, the obvious guess, carts. Wooden carts may be dragged by oxen or humans, grinding tracks into the stone after centuries of use. But there's a problem. Limestone is rock, not dirt, not clay. You don't carve deep symmetrical grooves into it with wooden wheels and hope for the best. In fact, some geologists argue that even metal-rimmed wheels wouldn't make ruts that deep unless they were repeatedly driven along the same tracks for centuries. And even then, erosion would likely smooth them out over time. And what about the ones that run underwater? There are cart ruts in places that are now beneath the Mediterranean, submerged in spots that would have been dry land over 10,000 years ago, before sea levels rose after the last ice age. So if these tracks are real, and not just natural cracks in the rock, which to be clear they aren't, they were made before the ocean rose, that would place them in the realm of prehistory, as in before metal tools, before written language, before the wheel was supposedly invented. So what exactly were they dragging across the island? Historians still debate whether the cart ruts are remnants of transport routes, agricultural systems, or even ritual pathways. Some say they were used to move heavy loads of megalithic stones, possibly during the construction of Malta's ancient temples, which are themselves some of the oldest freestanding structures in the world, dating back to 3600 BCE. But that still doesn't explain the ones that run into the sea. And let's talk about that for a moment. At sites like Misra Gar il Kabir, called Clapham Junction by British explorers, the tracks are dense, overlapping, branching like tangled wiring. Some routes curve up steep hills, others split and merge. It's not efficient. It's not elegant. It's not something a civilization would do if it were just trying to move cargo. It looks deliberate, but also chaotic, like something symbolic or experimental. And then there's the depth. The ruts aren't uniform. Some are shallow, others nearly knee-deep, which suggests that they weren't all made at once or even during the same era. Some appear to overlap, indicating use over a long period, possibly by different peoples or for different purposes. So maybe these weren't roads. Maybe they were tracks for something we don't understand. Fringe theorists love this mystery. Some propose that the ruts were made by prehistoric mining vehicles powered by unknown technologies. Others suggest they were part of an ancient rail system, not using steel or iron, but some other long-lost material. Still, others link the cart ruts to electromagnetic ley lines, claiming they were laid out to channel energy across the island. It sounds ridiculous until you stand in one. Run your hand along the stone. Trace the parallel cuts. Try to imagine carving that with Bronze Age tools. Try to picture a civilization moving heavy stones across an island without wheels or roads, and choosing to do it through systems that require carving into rock. And try to explain why some tracks lead into the sea. Because you can't, unless you accept something much older. Something that breaks the model. That perhaps Malta's cart ruts are the fossilized leftovers of a civilization we forgot, washed away with the end of the Ice Age, their language and tools erased, but their grooves still here, etched into stone, whispering to anyone willing to listen. Historians still debate whether these features were made over centuries or all at once, whether they date back to the Neolithic period or some older unrecorded chapter. But whatever their origin, they exist. No one disputes that. And that's what makes them so haunting. Because they're real, and no one can agree on what they are. They refuse to behave, refuse to explain themselves. Like scars on the earth from an accident we don't remember. And maybe that's all they are, scratches in stone, the leftovers of some forgotten utility. But what if they're more? What if they were meant to map the land? What if they held ritual significance, aligning with solstices or tides or constellations? What if they were some kind of ancient circuitry with the whole island functioning as a sacred machine? Or more practically, what if they're just the only thing that survived? Because timber rots, iron rusts, bones dissolve, but stone keeps secrets. So, you crouch in the middle of a cart rut, hands in the groove, looking ahead as the track disappears under grass or under surf, knowing that this path was carved by someone, some culture, some hand with some purpose. You may never know why, but the groove is still there, still waiting, still calling out across millennia, asking a question with no answer. What were we building before we forgot? It begins with a murmur beneath the forest floor. You're in Turkey now, central Anatolia, standing on soft, loamy earth, surrounded by low hills and scattered trees. It feels unremarkable, like any other sleepy countryside. But you know better, because below your feet is a city. Not just foundations or cellar pits, but an actual full-scale city carved downward instead of up. This is Derinkuyu, and it's one of the deepest and strangest underground cities ever discovered. What looks like an unassuming hole in the ground opens into a vast descending labyrinth of tunnels, rooms, air shafts, staircases, and storage chambers. It reaches more than 280 feet deep and is believed to have once housed up to 20,000 people, along with their animal supplies and entire lives. Think about that. An entire population moved underground. Not temporarily, not as a panic bunker, but as a fully functioning, planned, and sustainable society. So what were they hiding from? Historians still debate exactly when Derinkuyu was built. Some say around 8th to 7th century BCE, used by early Indo-European peoples and later expanded by Byzantine Christians as a refuge from invading Arab armies. But the truth is, it may be much older. The problem is, stone doesn't date easily. Without organic remains, there's no way to pin a start time. Some parts of Derinkuyu seem far more primitive, almost megalithic in style. Others are more refined with ventilation shafts, aqueducts, and even what appear to be churches and classrooms carved directly into the rock. So maybe Derinkuyu wasn't built all at once. Maybe it was added to, over centuries, or millennia. And then comes the truly baffling part, the engineering. This isn't just a cave. This is a multi-level city, 18 stories deep, connected by narrow passageways just wide enough for a single person. Rooms are ventilated by complex vertical shafts, some stretching from the surface all the way down. There are wells, chimneys, rolling stone doors for security. Everything designed not just for survival, but comfort and protection. Some of the tunnels run miles underground, connecting to other subterranean cities, like Keimakli, and possibly dozens more still buried or undiscovered. In total, the Cappadocia region is home to hundreds of underground structures, many of which remain unexplored. So again, what was the threat? Fringe theorists suggest the obvious, that such immense efforts weren't made to escape a few bandits or bad winters. You don't carve a city out of bedrock to hide from tax collectors. You do it because something massive was happening on the surface. Some believe Derinkuyu and its sister cities were built as post-cataclysm shelters created in the aftermath of some ancient disaster, a solar flare, a meteor strike, a war between forgotten powers. Others suggest they were pre-cataclysm, built before the skies turned angry, before floods or fires or bombs turned daylight into danger. And consider this: ancient texts from many cultures describe times when the sky became unlivable. Ash fell. Fire rained. Radiation, though not named as such, left people sick, burned, or mutated. In some cases, survivors were said to go underground and emerge generations later. Sound familiar? Some researchers point to Göbekli Tepe, not far from Derinkuyu, as a clue. Göbekli Tepe is the world's oldest known megalithic site, dated to around 9600 BCE. It proves that complex society existed long before agriculture or the wheel, and that people were building huge ceremonial structures right around the time the last ice age ended. It's not a stretch to imagine those same people needing a place to survive the aftermath. And maybe Derinkuyu was it. Let's also not forget that Cappadocia is a region of soft volcanic tuff, easy to carve, hard to collapse, ideal for underground construction. But even with the perfect material, this wasn't casual. This was systematic excavation, tunnels planned with airflow, security measures, strategic choke points, rolling stone doors, massive discs that could be rolled into place to seal off levels from invaders or environmental dangers. Each stone weighs hundreds of pounds, but is perfectly balanced within carved grooves. You could seal off a passage behind you with a push-turn, a sprawling city into a safe house in seconds. Historians still debate whether Derinkuyu's complexity can be explained by conventional historical development, or whether it represents a legacy of knowledge, something inherited from a more advanced, forgotten culture. Because when you stand in those passageways, smooth, functional, eerily quiet, it doesn't feel like something invented from scratch. It feels like something remembered, a tradition, a blueprint, a survival strategy that had been used before, and perhaps passed down long after its purpose was forgotten. In that sense, Derinkuyu becomes more than just a city. It becomes a time capsule, a message in stone hidden from the weather, the sun, the elements, a preserved echo of the lives lived inside farmers, priests, children, animals, all tucked away beneath the earth, waiting for the world to become safe again. So what happened? Why was it abandoned? Some say the threats passed, whether war or whether the people eventually returned to the surface. Others suggest that societal changes made underground life obsolete. As Christianity spread above ground, churches and cities flourished. The subterranean cities were left behind, becoming legend, then rumor, then rediscovery. And rediscovery didn't come until 1963. That's right. A man renovating his basement knocked down a wall and found a tunnel. He kept digging. Then authorities came in, and soon the truth unfolded. A multi-level world under the feet of modern residents. What other cities lie undiscovered? What other subterranean memories do we walk over every day, unaware of what sleeps beneath? Because Derinkuyu isn't alone. It's just the one we found by accident. Others may still hide. Beneath fields, beneath forests, beneath foundations, waiting for someone to knock down the right wall. So now, you're walking through those tunnels. The air is cool. The walls curve softly, hands smoothed by generations long dead. You pass stone benches, empty alcoves, tiny kitchens, and quiet chapels. You feel it, the pulse of memory. This was once alive. It doesn't feel abandoned. It feels paused, as if the people who built it might return. And maybe that's the secret. Maybe we didn't just inherit their tools or structures. Maybe we inherited their instincts to dig, to build, to prepare for the worst, to find sanctuary below. When the world above becomes too loud, too dangerous, too unpredictable. Maybe Derinkuyu isn't just a relic. Maybe it's a blueprint. You've seen cathedrals. You've seen pyramids. But now you're in southeastern Turkey, near a town called Şanlıurfa. And what you're looking at doesn't even pretend to play by the same rules. There's no towering facade, no staircases, no statues of kings or lions. Just circles, huge concentric circles of T-shaped stone pillars, half buried in the dirt. The carvings are subtle, strange. Animals, symbols, abstract lines, and none of it makes sense. You've arrived at Göbekli Tepe, arguably the oldest temple complex ever discovered, and possibly the oldest mystery in all of human civilization. Let's do some math. The site has been radiocarbon dated to around 9600 BCE, not 9600 years ago, 12,000 years ago. That places it 7,000 years older than the pyramids and 6,500 years before Stonehenge. It's older than writing, the wheel, metal tools, and agriculture. Yes, you read that right. Göbekli Tepe was built by people who hadn't even discovered farming yet. They were supposed to be hunter-gatherers, roaming tool-chipping nomadic bands. But instead, they carved pillars weighing up to 20 tons, arranged them in precise circles, aligned them to astronomical points, and decorated them with symbols and reliefs so stylized and consistent they suggest not only art, but language. Historians still debate whether this was truly a temple or something else entirely. But one thing is certain, it wasn't a village. There's no evidence of homes or hearths, no graves, no roads. Just the stone circles, some stacked atop earlier ones, revealed one layer at a time by slow, careful excavation. So why was it built? And by whom? That's the uncomfortable question. Because whoever did this wasn't just carving rocks. They were architects, astronomers, symbolists, and ritualists. They were building something they clearly understood deeply, even if we don't. Let's talk layout. The T-shaped pillars, often standing up to 20 feet tall, are arranged in circular or oval enclosures, with two central pillars flanked by supporting stones along the perimeter. Many are carved with animals: foxes, boars, vultures, snakes. Others have abstract symbols: C-shapes, H-shapes, loops, dots, and what some think are celestial alignments or calendrical markers. One enclosure appears to mirror the constellation Orion. Another may represent the zodiac. Some researchers suggest that the site encodes eclipses, solstices, and even cataclysmic events like comet impacts. Fringe theorists go further. They point to a carving on one pillar known as the vulture stone, a tall bird lifting a headless figure alongside a scorpion, a circle, and other celestial icons. They say this is a record of a comet that struck Earth around 10,800 BCE, an event believed to have caused massive flooding, global cooling, and perhaps the extinction of the megafauna. It's a theory known as the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, and while not universally accepted, it's gaining traction. If true, it means Göbekli Tepe may not just be a temple, it may be a monument to survival. A place built by a society that witnessed devastation, recorded it in stone, and passed that memory forward in the only medium strong enough to endure bedrock. But there's another layer. Around 8000 BCE, thousands of years after its construction, Göbekli Tepe was buried, on purpose, deliberately filled in with dirt, debris, and broken tools, covered, hidden, like a sacred object sealed away, or a message meant to be preserved, not seen. Not until later. That decision might be the most mysterious part of all. Why would you bury something that took generations to build? Some think it was a ritual closure, that the site had fulfilled its purpose and needed to be sealed. Others argue it was a last act of preservation, an attempt to protect sacred knowledge from oncoming disaster or collapse. Historians still debate who built it. Some argue it was a cultural outlier, an anomaly in the record, a group of hunter-gatherers who briefly discovered complexity only to lose it again. But others believe Göbekli Tepe forces a total rethinking of the rise of civilization. Because if temples came before agriculture, then maybe religion didn't arise from the need to explain farming or kingship or weather. Maybe it came first. Maybe it was the engine that sparked civilization, the need to gather, to build, to remember. And maybe Göbekli Tepe wasn't the beginning. Maybe it was the last great echo of something even older, an inheritance from survivors of a prior civilization. People who once lived in cities, now lost beneath the sea or erased by ice and fire. People who knew the stars, knew the rhythms of time, and encoded their memories in sacred geometry. And once they were done, they covered it up, maybe in grief, maybe in reverence, or maybe in the hope that someone someday would uncover it and remember. And here we are. We found only a fraction of Göbekli Tepe. Experts estimate that 90% of the site is still buried. Other sites, like Karahan Tepe, Nivali Chori, and Sayonu, all nearby, suggest a network of similar ceremonial sites, all built in the same style during the same era. The pattern is growing, the evidence is spreading, and the story is deepening. So now you're standing in the dust next to a pillar carved 12,000 years ago by hands not so different from your own. You run your fingers over a stylized fox. You step back. You look up. And in that moment, the carvings stop being symbols. They become voices. Silent, yes, but not forgotten. They're saying, we saw the stars. We watched the skies. We knew something was coming. And we remembered, not in books, not in scrolls, but in stone. Because stone endures, even when memory doesn't, even when time forgets, even when we have to begin again. You're drifting now, somewhere off the southern coast of Japan. The water is clear, almost too clear, like glass made fluid. Below you, the seafloor glows in soft hues of sand and coral. But then the outline emerges, sharp, geometric, unmistakably artificial. Steps, terraces, platforms carved in perfect 90-degree angles. You've arrived at Yonaguni, an underwater mystery that still baffles archaeologists, divers, and anyone who tries to explain how it got there. Located just off the coast of Yonaguni Island, part of the Ryukyu archipelago, this structure or formation, depending on whom you ask, was discovered in 1986 by a local diver searching for hammerhead sharks. What he found instead was a sprawling, submerged monument stretching over 300 feet in length and rising nearly 80 feet from the seafloor. At first glance, it resembles a step pyramid, massive stone slabs arranged in terraces and wide steps. There are broad platforms, narrow walkways, and what appear to be staircases, all carved into solid bedrock. And yes, it's all underwater. So the question hits fast, who built it? And just as quickly, did anyone build it at all? Mainstream geologists like Robert Schoch argue that the Yonaguni Monument is a natural formation, that the local sandstone breaks apart along neat vertical and horizontal planes, that wave action and tectonic activity cause the sharp angular features, that what looks artificial is just nature playing tricks on our pattern-hungry brains. But many others, divers researchers, and even some archaeologists disagree. Japanese marine geologist Masaki Kimura has spent decades mapping the site, and he insists this is man-made. He points to clear right angles, megalithic steps, and flat vertical walls. He's documented what appear to be carvings paths and even rudimentary symbols etched into the stone. There's even a rock that resembles a sphinx-like face, weathered but deliberate. Historians still debate whether these features are truly the result of human engineering, but the scale and complexity suggest something beyond coincidence. If it is a construction, the implications are enormous. To be underwater now, the Yonaguni Monument would have had to have been built before the sea levels rose at the end of the last ice age around 10,000 years ago. That places it in the same time frame as Göbekli Tepe submerged Dwarka, and perhaps even earlier, long before the traditional rise of human civilization, long before Japan's known history begins. And yet there it is, cut into the bedrock, immovable, undeniable. So let's say it was a city, a temple, a monument. Then it wasn't just impressive, it was sacrificial. Because no one builds something that massive just to hide it underwater. It had to have stood on dry land. It had to have meant something. Maybe it was ceremonial, maybe astronomical. Some theorists believe the terraces align with solstices or equinox sunrises, though underwater visibility and sea currents make exact measurements difficult. Others think the site was built to mirror constellations like so many ancient structures seem to do. Or perhaps it wasn't a structure at all. Perhaps it was a platform, a base for wooden buildings now long decayed. Maybe the stone served as a sacred plaza, a gathering place, a fortress, or even a landing site. Fringe theorists love this part. Some suggest Yonaguni was part of a lost Pacific continent, a sunken landmass referred to in myth as Mu or Lemuria. A civilization that predated Atlantis, stretching across what is now the Pacific Ocean and lost to rising waters, earthquakes, and time. Of course, there's no proof of Mu, no scrolls, no texts, just echoes in legend. But the rock remembers, and maybe that's all we need, because Yonaguni isn't alone. Across the seafloor of Japan and the Pacific, other megalithic anomalies have been reported. Near Okinawa, near the Ryukyus, even off Taiwan. Stone blocks, platforms, roads, always submerged, always hard to access, always just mysterious enough to stay unsolved. So what happened? Was there a civilization here? A maritime culture skilled with stone and sky erased by the same sea they once navigated? Historians still debate whether any culture before 10,000 BCE could have managed such feats. But the evidence is growing. With every sonar scan, with every new dive, we uncover hints that the timeline might not be so straight. That civilization didn't emerge in one place at one time. That it flickered into being everywhere, rising and falling like the tides themselves. And Yonaguni might be the best preserved wave of that memory. Let's return to the stones, because even if we say nature carved them, what of the tool marks, the symmetry, the paths that don't just wander but connect, as if leading from one plaza to another? And what about the cultural memory? Ancient Japanese legends speak of sunken kingdoms, undersea palaces, and gods who walked the land before the flood. Stories dismissed as folklore until divers began stumbling across terraces and stones that matched the rhythms of those myths. Maybe these are just stories, or maybe stories are all we have left. Because no bones have been found at Yonaguni, no tools, no pottery, only stone. The kind of silence only time can sculpt. And yet in that silence, you feel something. You swim past the edge of a platform, the seaweed flowing like ancient banners. You pass a corner that shouldn't be that straight, a step that fits your stride, a slope so clean, so purposeful, that it doesn't feel like an accident. You aren't just swimming, you're walking a memory. And that's the unsettling part, because if someone did build this, we have no idea who they were, what language they spoke, what gods they worshipped, what songs they sang while shaping the seabed into sacred lines. We know nothing, except that they left this behind. Yonaguni is a question mark cut into stone, a punctuation mark in the story of civilization. It doesn't demand belief, it demands curiosity. Because whether made by nature or hand, it reminds us that the earth is deeper than we think, that history is bigger, and that sometimes truth doesn't wash away. It just waits. Beneath the waves, you're in the middle of the Sahara now, standing on a plateau of red dust, and wind-polished rock. It's hot enough to make the horizon shimmer, as if the air itself is unsure what's real. You look around and see nothing for miles, and yet, something is here. A circle, not carved, not etched, not drawn, but burned into the earth. It's massive, about 30 miles in diameter, and perfectly round, with rings of uplifted terrain spiraling outward like the ridges of a giant fossil. It's visible only from the air, a swirling eye in the middle of the desert. An enigma, painted on the Earth's canvas. They call it the Eye of the Sahara, or more formally, the Richat structure. At first glance, it looks like an impact crater, a place where something big, very big, slammed into the ground and left a dent the size of a small country. But that's not it. Geologists say the Eye is a geological dome formed by symmetrical erosion. Layers of sediment were pushed upward by a volcanic bulge or tectonic forces, then worn away by wind and time, revealing rings of different rock types. The result is beautiful, almost hypnotic. But here's where it gets interesting. For years, the Richat structure was just a curiosity, a pretty circle in the desert, nothing more. Until someone looked at it a little closer. Then comparisons began to emerge. Comparisons to a place we've all heard of. A place whose very name conjures sunken temples, forgotten wisdom, and golden streets. Atlantis, according to the Greek philosopher Plato, Atlantis was a powerful, technologically advanced civilization that existed roughly 9,000 years before his time, around 11,600 years ago. It was said to be located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, commonly interpreted as the Strait of Gibraltar, and was structured in concentric rings of land and water, alternating circles like ripples frozen in stone. The Richat structure matches that description almost too well. It has concentric rings. It sits roughly 200 miles southwest of the Pillars of Hercules, and thanks to geological dating, it's now known that the formation was exposed and habitable during the exact period Plato described, around 10,000 to 12,000 years ago, a time when the Sahara wasn't a desert, but a green savanna filled with lakes, rivers, and life. That's a pretty big coincidence. Historians still debate whether Plato's Atlantis was purely allegorical, a story designed to warn against hubris and imperialism, or based on actual memory passed down orally from a forgotten people. But if it was real, the Eye of the Sahara becomes very, very compelling. Let's break it down. Plato described Atlantis as having a central island surrounded by circular moats of land and sea, with bridges connecting the rings. The entire structure measured about 23 kilometers across, just about the same size as the Richat. He also said the city was rich in natural resources, metals, wildlife, and fertile land. And we now know that during the African humid period, this region was not only green, but likely inhabited. Cave paintings found nearby show elephants, giraffes, cattle, evidence of early pastoral life long before the desert took hold. So what happened? Why did this lush world vanish? Around 4,000 years ago, the Sahara dried up. Slowly, at first, then rapidly. Monsoons shifted. Rivers disappeared. Lakes turned to dust. Civilizations that had flourished in the green Sahara faded or migrated. If a city once stood at the Richat structure, it would have been swallowed not by ocean, but by sand. Some researchers speculate that the Richat wasn't just the location of Atlantis, but possibly the blueprint, an earlier model, the original city that inspired later legends. Others go further. They suggest that if an advanced society did exist in the Sahara 12,000 years ago, long before Mesopotamia, Egypt, or Sumer, it would have been wiped from the record by environmental catastrophe. The sands of the Sahara are notoriously effective at hiding evidence. Organic material decays fast. Structures collapse, then vanish beneath dunes. Even satellite imagery struggles to peer below the surface, which means the eye could be hiding more than just rings of rock. It could be hiding a story of civilization, of memory, of loss. And then there's the mythology. Local Berber tribes have long told stories of a great city swallowed by sand, a place of wisdom and wealth that vanished long ago. It's never named. But the rhythm is familiar. These aren't bedtime tales. They're oral histories preserved across generations. And in Plato's account, Atlantis is destroyed by a cataclysm, a sudden flood or earthquake that caused the entire island to sink. Now consider this: around 11,600 years ago, Earth experienced the Younger Dryas Boundary event, a sudden return to Ice Age conditions, possibly caused by a comet impact or massive meltwater pulses. This event is linked to flooding, atmospheric chaos, and widespread extinction. It also just so happens to be the exact window Plato gave for Atlantis' fall. Coincidence? Maybe. Or maybe Plato's story wasn't fiction. Maybe it was a broken memory of a real place, a city that once stood proud in the green Sahara, lost not beneath the ocean, but beneath time. Historians still debate the connection. Many dismiss it as pseudo-archaeology. They point out the lack of direct evidence: no ruins, no pottery, no tools. But that's what makes this mystery so potent. It's all potential. No one's really dug deep at the eye. No full-scale archaeological excavation has been done. It's remote, harsh, logistically difficult. But what if just meters beneath the sand lie the bones of a forgotten world? What if Atlantis isn't in the sea, but in the desert? So you stand at the edge of the Richat's outer ring, the wind pushing red dust into your face, the heat pressing against your back. There's no welcome sign, no marble pillars, no golden streets, just silence. And yet you feel it. Not proof, not certainty, but the sense that something happened here, something we forgot, something that echoes still in Plato's dialogues, in tribal legends, in the circles etched into rock by time and tide and wind. And maybe that's the lesson. Not that Atlantis was real, but that civilization is older than we think. That memory is fragile, and that the Earth remembers even when we do not. You're in a place most people never talk about. Not because it's secret, but because it's quiet. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that settles deep in the bones. You're walking across the dry expanse of the Turpan Basin in China's far western region of Xinjiang. The land here is stark, parched. Temperatures swing between freezing and oven-baked, and the wind carries dust like whispers from the past. And then a face, pale, delicate, preserved, lying in a glass case inside a museum in Urumqi, is something impossible. A woman, tall, elegant, swaddled in cloth, dyed in soft burgundies and ochres. Her hair is braided. Her eyes are closed. Her eyelashes still intact. They call her the Beauty of Lulan, and she died over 3,800 years ago. Except, she's not Chinese. Not entirely. Her features are Caucasoid. High cheekbones, narrow nose, reddish-brown hair. Her clothing is wool, woven in patterns more similar to European textiles than anything native to Bronze Age China. And she's not alone. Over the last century, dozens of these remarkably preserved bodies, now called the Tarim mummies, have been discovered in the deserts of Xinjiang. Many are over 4,000 years old. Their preservation, thanks to the dry, salty soil and extreme climate. And many share one striking feature. They don't look like the people we expected to find here. Historians still debate who they were. Were they ancient Indo-Europeans, Proto-Tacarians, traders from the West, who got lost in the sands of time? The Tocharian language recorded later in Buddhist manuscripts is one of the easternmost branches of the Indo-European family. Its presence here only deepens the mystery. It's as if some forgotten culture drifted eastward thousands of years before the Silk Road, before formal contact between East and West, and settled here, leaving only silence and corpses in its wake. But it's not just the faces. It's the technology. These mummies were buried with sophisticated tools, boots with laces, and clothing dyed with complex pigments. Some wore tall felt hats, curiously similar to the headgear worn by later Celtic or Scythian peoples. Others were buried with horse-gear wooden carts and musical instruments. One child was wrapped lovingly in a woolen shroud laid with care, accompanied by a drinking cup and toys. This wasn't a fringe tribe clinging to survival. This was a culture fully formed with rituals, beauty memory, and movement. And perhaps the strangest detail, they seem to appear suddenly, with no obvious precursors in the archaeological record. No gradual buildup. No slow cultural diffusion. Just here they are, fully dressed, fully preserved, fully mysterious. Some researchers believe these people were part of an ancient migration wave, possibly from the steppe cultures of Central Asia, or even as far as Europe. Others suggest they were remnants of a once sprawling culture that bridged continents long before we thought that was possible. And here's where it gets weirder. The Tarim Basin lies along what would later become a key artery of the Silk Road. But before the Silk Road, before recorded trade, before emperors and dynasties, somebody knew this land. They knew how to irrigate it. They knew how to survive it. And maybe how to cross it. Artifacts found in the region suggest cross-cultural exchange, not just east-west, but multi-directional. Materials and techniques from Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, the steppe, and possibly even early Europe. So, were the Tarim people just a fluke? Or were they the tip of a very deep iceberg, evidence of a network far older and far broader than any textbook dares to print? Historians still debate whether the beauty of Lulan and her kin were early explorers, victims of migration, or settlers of a long-lost civilization. But the sheer preservation, the intimacy of their remains turns speculation into something almost sacred. These people had stories. We just don't know them, and maybe we're not supposed to. Because there's one more thing. Many of the Tarim tombs have strange shapes, wooden posts planted like antennae bodies, laid in boat-shaped coffins, as if ready to sail across desert sands. Some researchers believe these burials echo mythic beliefs about crossing into the afterlife, not unique to China, but found in cultures across the world. The boat of the dead, Charon's ferry, the Viking funeral ship. It's a theme that transcends geography, which raises the unsettling question, how connected were ancient beliefs? And did they all trace back to something earlier, something now buried in dust and time? So now, you're standing beside Lulan, watching as her face sleeps under the museum lights. She doesn't speak, but her silence is louder than words. She shouldn't be here. Not in this place, not in this time. And yet here she is, her hands folded, her mouth closed, her eyes forever just shy of open. And in that stillness, you feel something shift. It's not just awe, it's recognition. Because she's not a legend. She's a person. Someone once loved her, fed her, named her, and buried her with dignity. Her hair combed, her cloak wrapped, her presence marked, and she has waited all this time for you to ask the simplest question. Who were we before we were history? So here we are at the edge of everything. The lights are low now. The maps have been rolled up. The ancient stones, the skulls, the sunken cities, the sand-covered gates, all of it returns to silence. You've wandered through jungles and deserts, stood before frozen mummies and glassy walls, breathed the air inside tombs and ruins that might have once whispered secrets older than civilization itself. You've met people real or imagined who lived and died with a kind of knowing we don't quite understand. You've walked under stars that guided forgotten hands. You've floated above ruins no one dares explain, through chambers cut with tools we no longer make, and past carvings we still struggle to name. You may have started this journey hoping for answers. Instead, you found something better possibility, a gentle unraveling of the neat little timelines we've taped to our walls. A reminder that history isn't a line, it's a tide. It comes in waves, and between each wave, there's forgetting. Cities lost, stories erased. A pause so long we think it's the start of everything. But it's not, because deep below the pyramids and temples and fossils under the weight of time and tectonic dust, something else sleeps. Maybe a civilization, maybe a warning, maybe just a whisper curled up in rock, waiting for someone to listen. And tonight you did. So now it's time to close your eyes. Let the stone doors seal. Let the torches gutter out. Let the waves rise and fall above Yonaguni. Let the winds hush in the halls of Derinkuyu. Let the desert cover the eye once more. You've wandered far enough for one night, and whatever. Tomorrow holds new questions, new maps, new myths. You've learned one thing. The past isn't dead. It's just resting,